Chapter 7, Part 1 of Salammbo by Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 7, Hamilcar Barca, Part 1. The announcer of the moons, who watched on the summit of the temple of Eschmoun every night in order to signal the disturbances of the planet with his trumpet, one morning perceived towards the west something like a bird skimming the surface of the sea with its long wings. It was a ship with 3 tiers of oars and with a horse carved on the prow. The sun was rising. The announcer of the moons put up his hand before his eyes, and then, grasping his clarion with outstretched arms, sounded a loud brazen cry over Carthage. People came out of every house. They would not believe what was said. They disputed with one another. The mole was covered with people. At last they recognized Hamilcar's theorem. It advanced in fierce and haughty fashion, cleaving the foam around it, the lateen yard quite square, and the sail bulging down the whole length of the mast. Its gigantic oars kept time as they beat the water. Every now and then the extremity of the keel, which was shaped like a ploughshare, would appear, and the ivory-headed horse, rearing both its feet beneath the spur which terminated the prow, would seem to be speeding over the plains of the sea. As it rounded the promontory, the wind ceased, the sail fell, and a man was seen standing bareheaded beside the pilot. It was he, Hamilcar, the Suffet. About his sides he wore gleaming sheets of steel. A red cloak fastened to his shoulders left his arms visible. 2 pearls of great length hung from his ears, and his black, bushy beard rested on his breast. The galley, however, tossing amid the rocks, was proceeding along the side of the mole, and the crowd followed it on the flagstones, shouting, "Greeting, blessing, Eye of Khamon! Ah, deliver us! 'Tis the fault of the rich. They want to put you to death. Take care of yourself, Barca." He made no reply, as if the loud clamour of oceans and battles had completely deafened him. But when he was below the staircase leading down from the Acropolis, Hamilcar raised his head and looked with folded arms upon the temple of Eschmoun. His gaze mounted higher still, to the great pure sky. He shouted an order in a harsh voice to his sailors. The trireme leaped forward. It grazed the idol set up at the corner of the mole to stay the storms, and in the merchant harbour, which was full of filth, fragments of wood, and rinds of fruit, it pushed aside and crushed against the other ships moored to stakes and terminating in crocodiles' jaws. The people hastened thither, and some threw themselves into the water to swim to it. It was already at the very end before the gate which bristled with nails. The gate rose, and the trireme disappeared beneath the deep arch. The military harbour was completely separated from the town. When ambassadors arrived, they had to proceed between 2 walls through a passage which had its outlet on the left in front of the temple of Khamon. This great expanse of water was as round as a cup, and was bordered with quays on which sheds were built for sheltering the ships. Before each of these rose 2 pillars bearing the horns of Ammon on their capitals, and forming continuous porticos all around the basin. On an island in the centre stood a house for the marine Suffet. The water was so limpid that the bottom was visible with its paving of white pebbles. The noise of the streets did not reach so far, and Hamilcar as he passed recognized the triremes which he had formerly commanded. Not more than 20 perhaps remained, under shelter on the land, leaning over on their sides or standing upright on their keels, with lofty poops and swelling prows, and covered with gildings and mystic symbols. The chimeras had lost their wings, the Pathic gods their arms, the bulls their silver horns, and half-painted, motionless, and rotten as they were, yet full of associations and still emitting the scent of voyages, they all seemed to say to him, like mutilated soldiers on seeing their master again, "'Tis we, 'tis we, and you too are vanquished." No one excepting the marine Suffet might enter the admiral's house. So long as there was no proof of his death he was considered as still in existence. In this way the ancients avoided a master the more, and they had not failed to comply with the custom in respect to Hamilcar. The Suffet proceeded into the deserted apartments. At every step he recognized armour and furniture, familiar objects which nevertheless astonished him, and in a perfuming pan in the vestibule there even remained the ashes of the perfumes that had been kindled at his departure for the conjuration of Melkarth. It was not thus that he had hoped to return. Everything that he had done, everything that he had seen, unfolded itself in his memory: assaults, conflagrations, legions, tempests, Depranum, Syracuse, Lilybaeum, Mount Etna, the plateau of Eryx, 5 years of battles, until the fatal day when arms had been laid down and Sicily had been lost. Then he once more saw the woods of citron trees, and herdsmen with their goats on grey mountains, and his heart leaped at the thought of the establishment of another Carthage down yonder. His projects and his recollections buzzed through his head, which was still dizzy from the pitching of the vessel. He was overwhelmed with anguish, and becoming suddenly weak, he felt the necessity of drawing near to the gods. Then he went up to the highest story of his house, and taking a nail-studded staple from a golden shell which hung on his arm, he opened a small oval chamber. It was softly lighted by means of delicate black discs let into the wall and as transparent as glass. Between the rows of these equal discs, holes, like those for the urns in columbaria, were hollowed out. Each of them contained a round dark stone, which appeared to be very heavy. Only people of superior understanding honoured these abadir, which had fallen from the moon. By their fall they denoted the stars, the sky and fire; by their colour dark night, and by their density the cohesion of terrestrial things. A stifling atmosphere filled this mystic place. The round stones lying in the niches were whitened somewhat with sea sand, which the wind had no doubt driven through the door. Hamilcar counted them one after another with the tip of his finger, then he hid his face in a saffron-coloured veil, and falling on his knees, stretched himself on the ground with both arms extended. The daylight outside was beginning to strike on the folding shutters of black lattice-work. Arborescents, hillocks, eddies, and ill-defined animals appeared in their diaphanous thickness, and the light came terrifying and yet peaceful as it must be behind the sun in the dull spaces of future creations. He strove to banish from his thoughts all forms and all symbols and appellations of the gods, that he might the better apprehend the immutable spirit which outward appearances took away. Something of the planetary vitalities penetrated him, and he felt withal a wiser and more intimate scorn of death and of every accident. When he rose he was filled with serene fearlessness, and was proof against pity or dread, and as his chest was choking, he went to the top of the tower which overlooked Carthage. The town sank downwards in a long hollow curve, with its cupolas, its temples, its golden roofs, its houses, its clusters of palm trees here and there, and its glass balls with streaming rays, while the ramparts formed, as it were, the gigantic border of this horn of plenty which poured itself out before him. Far below he could see the harbours, the squares, the interiors of the courts, the plan of the streets, and the people, who seemed very small and but little above the level of the pavement. Ah, if Hanno had not arrived too late on the morning of the Ægatian Islands! He fastened his eyes on the extreme horizon, and stretched forth his quivering arms in the direction of Rome. The steps of the Acropolis were occupied by the multitude. In the square of Khamon the people were pressing forward to see the Suffet come out, and the terraces were gradually being loaded with people. A few recognized him, and he was saluted, but he retired in order the better to excite the impatience of the people. Hamilcar found the most important men of his party below in the hall: Istaten, Subeldia, Hictamon, Ioibos, and others. They related to him all that had taken place since the conclusion of the peace, the greed of the ancients, the departure of the soldiers, their return, their demands, the capture of Gisco, the theft of the zaïmph, the relief and subsequent abandonment of Utica, but no one ventured to tell him of the events which concerned himself. At last they separated, to meet again during the night in the assembly of the ancients in the temple of Moloch. They had just gone out when a tumult arose outside the door. Someone was trying to enter in spite of the servants, and as the disturbance was increasing, Hamilcar ordered the stranger to be shown in. An old negress made her appearance, broken, wrinkled, trembling, stupid-looking, wrapped to the heels in ample blue veils. She advanced face to face with the Suffet, and they looked at each other for some time. Suddenly Hamilcar started. At a wave of his hand the slaves withdrew. Then, signing to her to walk with precaution, he drew her by the arm into a remote apartment. The negress threw herself upon the floor to kiss his feet. He raised her brutally. "Where have you left him, Idibal?" "Down there, master," and extricating herself from her veils, she rubbed her face with her sleeve. The black colour, the senile trembling, the bent figure disappeared, and there remained a strong old man whose skin seemed tanned by sand, wind, and sea. A tuft of white hair rose on his skull like the crest of a bird, and he indicated his disguise, as it lay on the ground, with an ironic glance. "You have done well, Idibal. 'Tis well." Then, piercing him, as it were, with his keen gaze, "No one yet suspects?" The old man swore to him by the Kabiri that the mystery had been kept. They never left their cottage, which was 3 days' journey from Hadrumetum, on a shore pebbled with turtles, and with palms on the dune. And in accordance with your command, O master, I teach him to hurl the javelin and to drive a team. He is strong, is he not? Yes, master, and intrepid as well. He has no fear of serpents, or thunder, or phantoms. He runs barefooted like a herdsman along the brinks of precipices. Speak, speak! He invents snares for wild beasts. Would you believe it, that last moon he surprised an eagle, he dragged it away, and the bird's blood and the child's were scattered in the air in large drops like driven roses. The animal in its fury enwrapped him in the beating of its wings, he strained it against his breast, and as it died his laughter increased, piercing and proud like the clashing of swords. Hamilcar bent his head, dazzled by such presages of greatness. But he has been for some time restless and disturbed. He gazes at the sails passing far out at sea. He is melancholy, he rejects bread, he inquires about the gods, and he wishes to become acquainted with Carthage. "No, no, not yet!" exclaimed the Suffet. The old slave seemed to understand the peril which alarmed Hamilcar, and he resumed. "How is he to be restrained? Already I am obliged to make him promises, and I have come to Carthage only to buy him a dagger with a silver handle and pearls all around it." Then he told how, having perceived the Suffet on the terrace, he had passed himself off on the warders of the harbour as one of Salammbô's women, so as to make his way in to him. Hamilcar remained for a long time apparently lost in deliberation. At last he said, "Tomorrow you will present yourself at sunset behind the purple factories in Megara, and imitate a jackal's cry 3 times. If you do not see me, you will return to Carthage on the first day of every moon. Forget nothing, love him. You may speak to him now about Hamilcar." The slave resumed his costume, and they left the house and the harbour together. Hamilcar went on his way alone on foot and without an escort, for the meetings of the ancients were, under extraordinary circumstances, always secret, and were resorted to mysteriously. At first he went along the western front of the Acropolis, and then passed through the Green Market, the galleries of Kinisto, and the perfumer's suburb. The scattered lights were being extinguished, the broader streets grew still, then shadows glided through the darkness. They followed him, others appeared, and like him they all directed their course towards the Mappalian district. The temple of Moloch was built at the foot of a steep defile in a sinister spot. From below nothing could be seen but lofty walls rising indefinitely like those of a monstrous tomb. The night was gloomy, a greyish fog seemed to weigh upon the sea, which beat against the cliff with a noise as of death rattles and sobs, and the shadows gradually vanished as if they had passed through the walls. But as soon as the doorway was crossed, one found oneself in a vast quadrangular court bordered by arcades. In the centre rose a mass of architecture with 8 equal faces. It was surmounted by cupolas, which thronged around a second story supporting a kind of rotunda, from which sprang a cone with a re-entrant curve and terminating in a ball on the summit. Fires were burning in cylinders of filigree work fitted upon poles, which men were carrying to and fro. These lights flickered in the gusts of wind, and reddened the golden combs which fastened their plaited hair on the nape of the neck. They ran about calling to one another to receive the Ancients. Here and there on the flagstones huge lions were couched like sphinxes, living symbols of the devouring sun. They were slumbering with half-closed eyelids. But roused by the footsteps and voices, they rose slowly, came towards the Ancients, whom they recognized by their dresses, and rubbed themselves against their thighs, arching their backs with sonorous yawns. The vapour of their breath passed across the light of the torches. The stir increased, doors locked, all the priests fled, and the Ancients disappeared beneath the columns which formed a deep vestibule around the temple. These columns were arranged in such a way that their circular ranks, which were contained one within another, showed the Saturnian period with its years, the years with their months, and the months with their days, and finally reached to the walls of the sanctuary. Here it was that the Ancients laid aside their sticks of narwhal's horn, for a law which was always observed inflicted the punishment of death upon any one entering the meeting with any kind of weapon. Several wore a rent repaired with a strip of purple at the bottom of their garment, to show that they had not been economical in their dress when mourning for their relatives, and this testimony to their affliction prevented the slit from growing larger. Others had their beards enclosed in little bags of violet skin, and fastened to their ears by 2 cords. They all accosted one another by embracing breast to breast. They surrounded Hamilcar with congratulations. They might have been taken for brothers meeting their brother again. These men were generally thick-set, with curved noses like those of the Assyrian colossi. In a few, however, the more prominent cheekbone, a taller figure, and the narrower foot betrayed an African origin and nomad ancestors. Those who lived continually shut up in their counting-houses had pale faces, others showed in theirs the severity of the desert, and strange jewels sparkled on all the fingers of their hands, which were burnt by unknown suns. The navigators might be distinguished by their rolling gait, while the men of agriculture smelt of the wine-press, dried herbs, and the sweat of mules. These old pirates had lands under tillage, these money-grubbers would fit out ships, these proprietors of cultivated lands supported slaves who followed trades. All were skilled in religious discipline, experts in strategy, pitiless and rich. They looked wearied of prolonged cares. Their flaming eyes expressed distrust, and their habits of travelling and lying, trafficking and commanding, gave an appearance of cunning and violence, a sort of discreet and convulsive brutality to their whole demeanour. Further, the influence of the god cast a gloom upon them. They first passed through a vaulted hall which was shaped like an egg. 7 doors, corresponding to the 7 planets, displayed 7 squares of different colours against the wall. After traversing a long room, they entered another similar hall. A candelabrum completely covered with chiselled flowers was burning at the far end, and each of its 8 golden branches bore a wick of byssus in a diamond chalice. It was placed upon the last of the long steps leading to a great altar, the corners of which terminated in horns of brass. 2 lateral staircases led to its flattened summit. The stones of it could not be seen. It was like a mountain of heaped cinders, and something indistinct was slowly smoking at the top of it. Then, further back, higher than the candelabrum, and much higher than the altar, rose the Moloch, all of iron, and with gaping apertures in his human breast. His outspread wings were stretched upon the wall, his tapering hands reached down to the ground. 3 black stones bordered by yellow circles represented 3 eyeballs on his brow, and his bull's head was raised with a terrible effort, as if in order to bellow. Ebony stools were ranged around the apartment. Behind each of them was a bronze shaft, resting on 3 claws and supporting a torch. All these lights were reflected in the mother-of-pearl lozenges which formed the pavement of the hall. So lofty was the latter that the red colour of the walls grew black as it rose toward the vaulted roof, and the 3 eyes of the idol appeared far above, like stars half lost in the night. The ancients sat down on the ebony stools after putting the trains of their robes over their heads. They remained motionless with their hands crossed inside their broad sleeves, and the mother-of-pearl pavement seemed like a luminous river streaming from the altar to the door and flowing beneath their naked feet. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Of Salammbo by Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 7, Part 2. The 4 pontiffs had their places in the centre, sitting back to back on 4 ivory seats, which formed a cross. The high priest of Eschmoun in a hyacinth robe, the high priest of Tanith in a white linen robe, the high priest of Khamon in a tawny woolen robe, and the high priest of Moloch in a purple robe. Hamilcar advanced towards the candelabrum. He walked all round it, looking at the burning wicks. Then he threw a scented powder upon them, and violet flames appeared at the extremities of the branches. Then a shrill voice rose, another replied to it, and the 100 ancients, the 4 pontiffs, and Hamilcar, who remained standing, simultaneously intoned a hymn, and their voices, ever repeating the same syllables and strengthening the sounds, rose, grew loud, became terrible, and then suddenly were still. There was a pause for some time. At last Hamilcar drew from his breast a little 3-headed statuette, as blue as sapphire, and placed it before him. It was the image of truth, the very genius of his speech. Then he replaced it in his bosom, and all, as if seized with sudden wrath, cried out, "They are good friends of yours, are the barbarians! Infamous traitor! You come back to see us perish, do you not? Let him speak! No, no!" They were taking their revenge for the constraint to which political ceremonial had just obliged them, and even though they had wished for Hamilcar's return, they were now indignant that he had not anticipated their disasters, or rather that he had not endured them as well as they. When the tumult had subsided, the pontiff of Moloch rose. "We ask you why you did not return to Carthage." "What is that to you?" replied the Suffet disdainfully. Their shouts were redoubled. "Of what do you accuse me? I managed the war badly, perhaps. You have seen how I order my battles, you who conveniently allow barbarians— Enough, enough! He went on in a low voice so as to make himself the better listened to. Oh, that is true. I am wrong, lights of the Baals. There are intrepid men amongst you. Gisco, rise! And surveying the step of the altar with half-closed eyelids, as if he sought for someone, he repeated, "Rise, Gisco! You can accuse me, they will protect you, but where is he?" Then, as if he remembered himself, in his house, no doubt, surrounded by his sons, commanding his slaves, happy and counting on the wall the necklaces of honour which his country has given to him. They moved about raising their shoulders as if they were being scourged with thongs. "You do not even know whether he is living or dead." And without giving any heed to their clamours, he said that in deserting the Suffet they had deserted the Republic. So too, the peace with Rome, however advantageous it might appear to them, was more fatal than 20 battles. A few, those who were the least rich of the council and were suspected of perpetual leanings towards the people or towards tyranny, applauded. Their opponents, chief of the Syssitia and administrators, triumphed over them in point of numbers, and the more eminent of them had ranged themselves close to Hanno, who was sitting at the other end of the hall before the lofty door, which was closed by a hanging of hyacinth colour. He had covered the ulcers on his face with paint, but the gold dust in his hair had fallen upon his shoulders, where it formed 2 brilliant sheets, so that his hair appeared whitish, fine, and frizzled like wool. His hands were enveloped in linen soaked in a greasy perfume, which dripped upon the pavement, and his disease had no doubt considerably increased, for his eyes were hidden beneath the folds of his eyelids. He had thrown back his head in order to see. His partisans urged him to speak. At last, in a hoarse and hideous voice, he said, "Less arrogance, Barca. We have all been vanquished. Each one supports his own misfortune. Be resigned." "Tell us rather," said Hamilcar, smiling, "how it was that you steered your galleys into the Roman fleet." "I was driven by the wind," replied Hanno. "You are like a rhinoceros trampling on his dung. You are displaying your own folly. Be silent." And they began to indulge in recriminations respecting the battle of the Ægatian Islands. Hanno accused him of not having come to meet him. "But that would have left Eryx undefended. You ought to have stood out from the coast. What prevented you? I forgot. All elephants are afraid of the sea." Hamilcar's followers thought this jest so good that they burst into loud laughter. The vault rang with it like the beating of tympanums. Hanno denounced the unworthiness of such an insult. The disease had come upon him from a cold taken at the siege of Hecatompylos, and tears flowed down his face like winter rain on a ruined wall. Hamilcar resumed, "If you had loved me as much as him, there would be great joy in Carthage now. How many times did I not call upon you, and you always refused me money?" "We had need of it," said the chiefs of the Syssitia. "And when things were desperate with me, We drank mules' urine and ate the straps of our sandals, when I would fain have had the blades of grass soldiers and made battalions with the rottenness of our dead. You recalled the vessels that I had left." "We could not risk everything," replied Bad Baal, who possessed gold mines in Darytian Gatulia. "But what did you do here, at Carthage, in your houses, behind your walls? There are Gauls on the Eridanus who ought to have been roused, Canaites at Cyrene who would have come, and while the Romans sent ambassadors to Ptolemaios—" "Now he is extolling the Romans to us," someone shouted out to him. "How much have they paid you to defend them?" "Ask that of the plains of Brutium, of the ruins of the Locri, of Metapontum, and of Heraclea. I have burnt all their trees, I have pillaged all their temples, and even to the death of their grandchildren's grandchildren—" "Why, you disclaim like a rhetor," said Kapouras, a very illustrious merchant. "What is it that you want?" "I say that we must be more ingenious or more terrible. If the whole of Africa rejects your yoke, the reason is, my feeble masters, that you do not know how to fasten it on their shoulders. Agathocles, Regulus, Copio, any bold man has only to land and capture her, and when the Libyans in the east concert with the Numidians in the west, and the nomads come from the south, and the Romans from the north—" A cry of horror rose. "Oh, you will beat your breasts, and roll in the dust, and tear your cloaks. No matter, you will have to go and turn the millstone in the Subura, and gather grapes on the hills of Latium." They smote their right thighs to mark their sense of the scandal, and the sleeves of their robes rose like large wings of startled birds. Hamilcar, carried away by a spirit, continued his speech, standing on the highest steps of the altar, quivering and terrible. He raised his arms, and the rays from the candelabrum, which burned behind him, passed between his fingers like javelins of gold. "You will lose your ships, your country seats, your chariots, your hanging beds, and the slaves who rub your feet. The jackal will crouch in your palaces, and the ploughshare will upturn your tombs. Nothing will be left but the eagle's scream, and a heap of ruins. Carthage, thou wilt fall." The four pontiffs spread out their hands to avert the anathema. All had risen. But the marine Suffet, being a sacerdotal magistrate under the protection of the sun, was inviolate so long as the assembly of the rich had not judged him. Terror was associated with the altar. They drew back. Hamilcar had ceased speaking, and was panting with eyes fixed, his face as pale as the pearls of his tiara, almost frightened at himself, and his spirit lost in funeral visions. From the height on which he stood, all the torches on the bronze shafts seemed to him like a vast crown of fire laid level with the pavement. Black smoke issuing from them mounted up into the darkness of the vault, and for some minutes the silence was so profound that they could hear in the distance the sound of the sea. Then the ancients began to question one another. Their interests, their existence, were attacked by the barbarians. But it was impossible to conquer them without the assistance of the Suffet, and in spite of their pride, this consideration made them forget every other. His friends were taken aside. There were interested reconciliations, understandings, and promises. Hamilcar would not take any further part in any government. All conjured him. They besought him, and as the word treason occurred in their speech, he fell into a passion. The sole traitor was the Great Council, for as the enlistment of the soldiers expired with the war, they became free as soon as the war was finished. He even exalted their bravery, and all the advantages which might be derived from interesting them in the Republic by donations and privileges. Then Magdassin, a former provincial governor, said, as he rolled his yellow eyes, "Truly, Barca, with your travelling you have become a Greek, or a Latin, or something. Why speak you of rewards for these men? Rather let 10,000 barbarians perish than a single one of us." The ancients nodded approval, murmuring, "Yes, is there need for so much trouble? They can always be had." "And they can be rid of conveniently, can they not? They are deserted as they were by you in Sardinia. The enemy is apprised of the road which they are to take, as in the case of those Gauls in Sicily, or perhaps they are disembarked in the middle of the sea. As I was returning, I saw the rock quite white with their bones." "What a misfortune!" said Kapouras imprudently. "Have they not gone over to the enemy 100 times?" cried the others. "Why, then," exclaimed Hamilcar, "did you recall them to Carthage, notwithstanding your laws? And when they are in your town, poor and numerous amid all your riches, it does not occur to you to weaken them by the slightest division. Afterwards you dismiss the whole of them, with their women and children, without keeping a single hostage. Did you expect that they would murder themselves to spare you the pain of keeping your oaths? You hate them because they are strong. You hate me still more, who am their master. Oh, I felt it just now when you were kissing my hands, and were all putting a constraint upon yourself not to bite them." If the lions that were sleeping in the court had come howling in, the uproar could not have been more frightful. But the pontiff of Eschmoun rose, and standing perfectly upright, with his knees close together, his elbows pressed to his body, and his hands half open, he said, "Barca, Carthage has need that you should take the general command of the Punic forces against the mercenaries." "I refuse," replied Hamilcar. "We will give you full authority," cried the chiefs of the Syssitia. "No." "With no control, no partition, all the money that you want, all the captives, all the booty, 50 zereths of land for every enemy's corpse." "No, no, because it is impossible to conquer with you." "He is afraid." "Because you are cowardly, greedy, ungrateful, pusillanimous, and mad." "He is careful of them." "In order to put himself at their head," said someone. "And return against us," said another, and from the bottom of the hall Hanno howled, "He wants to make himself king." Then they bounded up, overturning the seats and the torches. The crowd of them rushed towards the altar, they brandished daggers. But Hamilcar dived into his sleeves and drew from them 2 broad cutlasses, and half stooping, His left foot advanced, his eyes flaming and his teeth clenched. He defied them as he stood there beneath the golden candelabrum. Thus they had brought weapons with them as a precaution. It was a crime. They looked with terror at one another. As all were guilty, every one became quickly reassured, and by degrees they turned their backs on the Suffet and came down again maddened with humiliation. For the second time they recoiled before him. They remained standing for some time. Several who had wounded their fingers put them into their mouths or rolled them gently in the hem of their mantles, and they were about to depart when Hamilcar heard these words: "Why, it is a piece of delicacy to avoid distressing his daughter." A louder voice was raised. "No doubt, since she takes her lovers from among the mercenaries." At first he tottered, then his eye rapidly sought for Schahabarim, but the priest of Tanith had alone remained in his place, and Hamilcar could see only his lofty cap in the distance. All were sneering in his face. In proportion as his anguish increased, their joy redoubled, and those who were behind shouted amid the hootings. "He was seen coming out of her room one morning in the month of Tammuz. It was the thief who stole the zaïmph. A very handsome man, taller than you." He snatched off the tiara, the ensign of his rank, his tiara with its 8 mystic rows, and with an emerald shell in the centre, and with both hands and with all his strength dashed it to the ground. The golden circles rebounded as they broke, and the pearls rang upon the pavement. Then they saw a long scar upon the whiteness of his brow. It moved like a serpent between his eyebrows. All his limbs trembled. He ascended one of the lateral staircases which led on to the altar, and walked upon the latter. This was to devote himself to the god, to offer himself as a holocaust. The motion of his mantle agitated the lights of the candelabrum, which was lower than his sandals, and the fine dust raised by his footsteps surrounded him like a cloud as high as the waist. He stopped between the legs of the brass colossus. He took up 2 handfuls of the dust, the mere sight of which made every Carthaginian shudder with horror, and said: "By the 100 torches of your intelligence, by the 8 fires of the Kabiri, by the stars, the meteors, and the volcanoes, by everything that burns, by the thirst of the desert and the saltness of the ocean, by the cave of Hadrumentum and the empire of souls, by extermination, by the ashes of your sons and the ashes of the brothers of your ancestors, with which I now mingle my own, you, the 100 of the Council of Carthage, have lied in your accusation of my daughter, and I, Hamilcar Barca, marine Suffet, chief of the rich and ruler of the people, in the presence of bull-headed Moloch, I swear—" They expected something frightful, but he resumed in a lofty and calmer tone: "that I will not even speak to her about it." The sacred servants entered, wearing their golden combs, some with purple sponges, and others with branches of palm. They raised the hyacinth curtain which was stretched before the door, and through the opening of this angle there was visible behind the other halls the great pink sky, which seemed to be a combination of the vault and to rest at the horizon upon the blue sea. The sun was issuing from the waves and mounting upwards. It suddenly struck upon the breast of the brazen colossus, which was divided into 7 compartments, closed by gratings. His red-toothed jaws opened in a horrible yawn, his enormous nostrils were dilated, the broad daylight animated him, and gave him a terrible and impatient aspect, as if he would fain have leaped without to mingle with the star, the god, and together traverse the immensities. The torches, however, which were scattered on the ground, were still burning, while here and there on the mother-of-pearl pavement was stretched from them what looked like spots of blood. The ancients were reeling from exhaustion, they filled their lungs inhaling the freshness of the air, the sweat flowed down their livid faces. They had shouted so much that they could now scarcely make their voices heard. But their wrath against the Suffet was not at all abated. They hurled menaces at him by way of farewells, and Hamilcar answered them again. "Until the next night, Barca, in the temple of Eschmoun." "I shall be there." "We will have you condemned by the rich." "And I you by the people." "Take care that you do not end on the cross." "And you that you are not torn to pieces in the streets." As soon as they were on the threshold of the court they again assumed a calm demeanour. Their runners and coachmen were waiting for them at the door. Most of them departed on white mules. The Suffet leaped into his chariot and took the reins. The 2 animals, curving their necks and rhythmically beating the resounding pebbles, went up the whole of the Mappalian way at full gallop, and the silver vulture at the extremity of the pole seemed to fly, so quickly did the chariot pass along. The road crossed a field planted with slabs of stone, which were painted on the top like pyramids, and had open hands carved out in the centre as if all the dead men lying beneath had stretched them out towards heaven to demand something. Next there came scattered cabins built of earth, branches and bulrush hurdles, and all of a conical shape. These dwellings, which became constantly denser as the road ascended towards the Suffet's gardens, were irregularly separated from one another by little pebble walls, trenches of spring water, ropes of esparto grass, and nopal hedges. But Hamilcar's eyes were fastened on a great tower, the 3 stories of which formed 3 monster cylinders, the first being built of stone, the second of brick, and the third all of cedar, supporting a copper cupola upon 24 pillars of juniper, from which slender interlacing chains of brass hung down after the manner of garlands. This lofty edifice overlooked the buildings, the emporiums and mercantile houses, which stretched to the right, while the women's palace rose at the end of the cypress trees, which were ranged in line like 2 walls of bronze. When the echoing chariot had entered through the narrow gateway, it stopped beneath a broad shed in which there were shackled horses eating from heaps of chopped grass. All the servants hastened up. They formed quite a multitude, those who worked on the country estates having been brought to Carthage through fear of the soldiers. The labourers, who were clad in animals' skins, had chains riveted to their ankles and trailing after them. The workers in the purple factories had arms as red as those of executioners. The sailors wore green caps, the fishermen coral necklaces, the huntsmen carried nets on their shoulders, and the people belonging to Megara wore black or white tunics, leathern drawers, and caps of straw, felt or linen, according to their service or their different occupations. Behind pressed a tattered populace. They lived without employment, remote from the apartments, slept at night in the gardens, ate the refuse from the kitchens, a human mouldiness vegetating in the shadows of the palace. Hamilcar tolerated them from foresight even more than from scorn. They had all put a flower in the ear in token of their joy, and many of them had never seen him. But men with head-dresses like the sphinxes, and furnished with great sticks, dashed into the crowd, striking right and left. This was to drive back the slaves, who were curious to see their master, so that he might not be assailed by their numbers or inconvenienced by their smell. Then they all threw themselves flat on the ground, crying, "Eye of Baal, may your house flourish!" And through these people, as they lay thus on the ground in the avenue of the cypress trees, Abdalonium, the steward of the stewards, waving a white mitre, advanced towards Hamilcar with a censer in his hand. Salammbo was then coming down the galley staircases. All her slave women followed her, and at each of her steps they also descended. The heads of the negresses formed big black spots on the line of bands of the golden plates clasping the foreheads of the Roman women. Others had silver arrows, emerald butterflies, or long bodkins set like suns in their hair. Rings, clasps, necklaces, fringes and bracelets shone amid the confusion of white, yellow and blue garments. A rustling of light material became audible. The pattering of sandals might be heard together with the dull sound of naked feet as they were set down on the wood, and here and there a tall eunuch, head and shoulders above them, smiled with his face in air. When the shouting of the men had subsided, they hid their faces in their sleeves, and together uttered a strange cry, like the howling of a she-wolf, and so frenzied and strident was it that it seemed to make the great ebony staircase, with its thronging women, vibrate from top to bottom like a lyre. The wind lifted their veils, and the slender stems of the papyrus plant rocked gently. It was the month of Shebas, and the depth of winter. The flowering pomegranates swelled against the azure of the sky, and the sea disappeared through the branches, with an island in the distance, half lost in the mist. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Three of Salammbo by Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 7, Part 3. Hamilcar stopped on perceiving Salammbo. She had come to him after the death of several male children. Moreover, the birth of daughters was considered a calamity in religions of the sun. The gods had afterwards sent him a son, but he still felt something of the betrayal of his hope, and the shock, as it were, of the curse which he had uttered against her. Salammbo, however, continued to advance. Long bunches of various coloured pearls fell from her ears to her shoulders and as far as her elbows. Her hair was crisped so as to simulate a cloud. Round her neck she wore little quadrangular plates of gold, representing a woman between two rampant lions, and her costume was a complete reproduction of the equipment of the goddess. Her broad-sleeved hyacinth robe fitted close to her figure, widening out below. The vermilion on her lips gave additional whiteness to her teeth, and the antimony on her eyelids greater length to her eyes. Her sandals, which were cut out in bird's plumage, had very high heels, and she was extraordinarily pale, doubtless on account of the cold. At last she came close to Hamilcar, and without looking at him, without raising her head to him, "Greeting, Eye of Baalim, eternal glory, triumph, leisure, satisfaction, riches. Long has my heart been sad and the house drooping. But the returning master is like reviving Tammuz, and beneath your gaze, O father, joyfulness and a new existence will everywhere prevail." And taking from Taanach's hand a little oblong vase, wherein smoked a mixture of meal, butter, cardamom, and wine, "Drink freely," said she, "of the returning cup, which your servant has prepared." He replied, "A blessing upon you," and he mechanically grasped the golden vase which she held out to him. He scanned her, however, with such harsh attention that Salammbo was troubled and stammered out, "They have told you, O master." "Yes, I know," said Hamilcar in a low voice. Was this a confession, or was she speaking of the barbarians? And he added a few vague words upon the public embarrassments which he hoped by his sole efforts to clear away. "Oh, father!" exclaimed Salammbo, "you will not obliterate what is irreparable." Then he drew back, and Salammbo was astonished at his amazement, for she was not thinking of Carthage but of the sacrilege in which she found herself implicated. This man, who made legions tremble and whom she hardly knew, terrified her like a god. He had guessed, he knew all, something awful was about to happen. "Pardon!" she cried. Hamilcar slowly bowed his head. Although she wished to accuse herself, she dared not open her lips, and yet she felt stifled with the need of complaining and being comforted. Hamilcar was struggling against a longing to break his oath. He kept it out of pride or from the dread of putting an end to his uncertainty, and he looked into her face with all his might so as to lay hold on what she kept concealed at the bottom of her heart. By degrees the panting Salammbo, crushed by such heavy looks, let her head sink below her shoulders. He was now sure that she had erred in the embrace of a barbarian. He shuddered and raised both his fists. She uttered a shriek and fell down among her women, who crowded around her. Hamilcar turned on his heel, all the stewards followed him. The door of the emporiums was opened, and he entered a vast round hall, from which long passages leading to other halls branched off like the spokes from the nave of a wheel. A stone disc stood in the centre with balustrades to support the cushions that were heaped up upon the carpets. The Suffet walked at first with rapid strides. He breathed noisily, he struck the ground with his heel, and drew his hand across his forehead like a man annoyed by flies. But he shook his head, and as he perceived the accumulation of his riches, he became calm. His thoughts, which were attracted by the vistas in the passages, wandered to the other halls that were full of still rarer treasures. Bronze plates, silver ingots, and iron bars alternated with pigs of tin brought from the Cassiterides over the dark sea. Gums from the country of the blacks were running over their bags of palm bark, and gold dust heaped up in leathern bottles was insensibly creeping out through the worn-out seams. Delicate filaments drawn from marine plants hung amid flags from Egypt, Greece, Taprobane, and Judea. Mandrepores bristled like large bushes at the foot of the walls, and an indefinable odour, the exhalation from perfumes, leather, spices, and ostrich feathers, the latter tied in great bunches at the very top of the vault, floated through the air. An arch was formed above the door before each passage, with elephants' teeth placed upright and meeting together at the points. At last he ascended the stone disc. All the stewards stood with arms folded and heads bent, while Abdalonim reared his pointed mitre with a haughty air. Hamilcar questioned the chief of the ships. He was an old pilot with eyelids chafed by the wind, and white locks fell to his hips as if dashing foam of the tempests had remained on his beard. He replied that he had sent a fleet by Gades and Thymiamata to try to reach Eziongaber by doubling the southern horn and the promontory of Aromata. Others had advanced continuously towards the west for 4 moons, without meeting with any shore, but the ships' prows became entangled in weeds, the horizon echoed continually with the noise of cataracts, blood-coloured mists darkened the sun, a perfume-laden breeze lulled the crews to sleep, and their memories were so disturbed that they were now unable to tell anything. However, expeditions had ascended the rivers of the Scythians and made their way into Colchis and into the countries of the Ugrians and of the Istians, had carried off 1,500 maidens in the archipelago, and sunk all the strange vessels sailing beyond Cape Östriman, so that the secret of the routes should not be known. King Ptolemaeus was detaining the incense from Scesbar, Syracuse, Elathia, Corsica, and the islands had furnished nothing, and the old pilot lowered his voice to announce that a trireme was taken at Rusicada by the Numidians, "for they are with them, master." Hamilcar knit his brows, then he signed to the chief of the journeys to speak. This functionary was enveloped in a brown, ungirdled robe, and had his head covered with a long scarf of white stuff, which passed along the edge of his lips and fell upon his shoulder behind. The caravans had set out regularly at the winter equinox. but of 1,500 men directing their course towards the extreme boundaries of Ethiopia, with excellent camels, new leathern bottles, and supplies of painted cloth, but one had reappeared at Carthage, the rest having died of fatigue or become mad through the terror of the desert, and he said that far beyond the Black Haroush, after passing the Atarantes and the country of the great apes, he had seen immense kingdoms wherein the prettiest utensils were all of gold, a river of the colour of milk and as broad as the sea, forests of blue trees, hills of aromatics, monsters with human faces vegetating on the rocks with eyeballs which expanded like flowers to look at you, and then crystal mountains supporting the sun behind lakes all covered with dragons. Others had returned from India with peacocks, pepper, and new textures. As to those who go by way of the Syrtes and the temple of Ammon to purchase Chalcedony, they had no doubt perished in the sands. The caravans from Getulia and Phazzana had furnished their usual supplies, but he, the chief of the journeys, did not venture to fit one out just now. Hamilcar understood. The mercenaries were in occupation of the country. He leaned upon his other elbow with a hollow groan, and the chief of farms was so afraid to speak that he trembled horribly in spite of his thick shoulders and his big red eyeballs. His face, which was as snub-nosed as a mastiff's, was surmounted by a net woven of threads of bark. He wore a waist belt of hairy leopard's skin, wherein gleamed two formidable cutlasses. As soon as Hamilcar turned away, he began to cry aloud and invoke all the Baals. It was not his fault, he could not help it. He had watched the temperature, the soil, the stars, had planted at the winter solstice and pruned at the waning of the moon, had inspected the slaves and had been careful of their clothes. But Hamilcar grew angry at this loquacity. He clacked his tongue, and the man with the cutlasses went on in rapid tones. "Ah, master, they have pillaged everything, sacked everything, destroyed everything. 3,000 trees have been cut down at Maskala, and at Ubada the granaries have been looted and the cisterns filled up. At Tedes they have carried off 1,500 gomors of meal. At Marazana they have killed the shepherds, eaten the flocks, burnt your house, your beautiful house with its cedar beams, which you used to visit in the summer. The slaves at Tuburbo, who were reaping barley, fled to the mountains, and the asses, the mules both great and small, the oxen from Taormina, and the antelopes, not a single one left, all carried away. It is a curse, I shall not survive it." He went on again in tears. "Ah, if you knew how full the cellars were, and how the ploughshares shone! Ah, the fine rams! Ah, the fine bulls!" Hamilcar's wrath was choking him. It burst forth. "Be silent! Am I a pauper, then? No lies, speak the truth. I wish to know all that I have lost to the last shekel, to the last cab. Abdalonim, bring me the accounts of the ships, of the caravans, of the farms, of the house, and if your consciences are not clear, woe be on your heads. Go out!" All the stewards went out walking backwards, with their fists touching the ground. Abdalonim went up to a set of pigeonholes in the wall, and from the midst of them took out knotted cords, strips of linen or papyrus, and sheep's shoulder blades inscribed with delicate writing. He laid them at Hamilcar's feet, placed in his hand a wooden frame furnished on the inside with 3 threads on which balls of gold, silver, and horn were strung, and began. 192 houses in the Mappalian district led to the new Carthaginians at the rate of 1 bekah a moon. No, it is too much. Be lenient towards the poor people, and you will try to learn whether they are attached to the Republic, and write down the names of those who appear to you to be the most daring. What next? Abdalonim hesitated in surprise at such generosity. Hamilcar snatched the strips of linen from his hands. "What is this? 3 palaces around Khamon at 12 kesitahs a month? Make it 20. I do not want to be eaten up by the rich." The steward of the stewards, after a long salutation, resumed. "Lend to Tigillas until the end of the season 2 kikars at 3%, maritime interest, to Bar Malkarth 1,500 shekels on the security of 30 slaves, but 12 have died in the salt marshes." "That is because they were not hardy," said the Suffet, laughing. "No matter. If he is in want of money, satisfy him. We should always lend, and at different rates of interest, according to the wealth of the individual." Then the servant hastened to read all that had been brought in by the iron mines of Annaba, the coral fisheries, the purple factories, the farming of the tax on the resident Greeks, the export of silver to Arabia, where it had 10 times the value of gold, and the captures of vessels, deduction of 1/10 being made for the temple of the goddess. "Each time I declared a quarter less, master." Hamilcar was reckoning with the balls; they rang beneath his fingers. "Enough. What have you paid?" "To Stratonicles of Corinth, and to 3 Alexandrian merchants on these letters here, they have been realized, 10,000 Athenian drachmas and 12 Syrian talents of gold. The food for the crews, amounting to 20 minae a month for each trireme." "I know. How many lost?" "Here is the account on these sheets of lead," said the steward. "As to the ships chartered in common, it has often been necessary to throw the cargo into the seas, and so the unequal losses have been divided among the partners. For the ropes which were borrowed from the arsenals, and which it was impossible to restore, the Syssitia exacted 800 kesitahs before the expedition to Utica." "They again!" said Hamilcar, hanging his head, and he remained for a time as if quite crushed by the weight of all the hatreds that he could feel upon him. "But I do not see the Megara expenses." Abdalonim, turning pale, went to another set of pigeonholes and took from them some planchettes of sycamore wood, strung in packets on leathern strings. Hamilcar, curious about these domestic details, listened to him and grew calm with the monotony of the tones in which the figures were enumerated. Abdalonim became slower. Suddenly he let the wooden sheets fall to the ground and threw himself flat on his face, with his arms stretched out in the position of a condemned criminal. Hamilcar picked up the tablets without any emotion, and his lips parted, and his eyes grew larger when he perceived an exorbitant consumption of meat, fish, birds, wines, and aromatics, with broken vases, dead slaves, and spoiled carpets set down as the expense of a single day. Abdalonim, still prostrate, told him of the feast of the barbarians. He had not been able to avoid the command of the ancients. Moreover, Salammbo desired money to be lavished for the better reception of the soldiers. At his daughter's name, Hamilcar leaped to his feet. Then, with compressed lips, he crouched down upon the cushions, tearing the fringes with his nails and panting with staring eyes. "Rise," said he, and he descended. Abdalonim followed him, his knees trembled, but seizing an iron bar he began like one distraught to loosen the paving stones. A wooden disc sprang up, and soon there appeared throughout the length of the passage several of the large covers employed for stopping up the trenches in which grain was kept. "You see, Eye of Baal," said the servant, trembling, "they have not taken everything yet, and these are each 50 cubits deep and filled up to the brim. During your voyage I had them dug out in the arsenals, in the gardens, everywhere. Your house is full of corn as your heart is full of wisdom." A smile passed over Hamilcar's face. "It is well, Abdalonim." Then bending over to his ear, "You will have it brought from Etruria, Brutium, whence you will, and no matter at what price, heap it and keep it. I alone must possess all the corn in Carthage." Then, when they were alone at the extremity of the passage, Abdalonim, with one of the keys hanging at his girdle, opened a large quadrangular chamber divided in the centre by pillars of cedar. Gold, silver, and brass coins were arranged on tables or packed into niches, and rose as high as the joists of the roof along the four walls. In the corners there were huge baskets of hippopotamus skin supporting whole rows of smaller bags. There were hillocks formed of heaps of bullion on the pavement, and here and there a pile that was too high had given way and looked like a ruined column. The large Carthaginian pieces, representing Tanith with a horse beneath a palm tree, mingled with those from the colonies, which were marked with a bull, star, globe, or crescent. Then there might be seen pieces of all values, dimensions, and ages, arrayed in unequal amounts, from the ancient coins of Assyria, slender as the nail, to the ancient ones of Latinum, thicker than the hand, with the buttons of Aegina, the tablets of Bactriana, and the short bars of Lacedaemon. Many were covered with rust or had grown greasy, or having been taken in nets or from among the ruins of captured cities, were green with the water or blackened by fire. The Suffet had speedily calculated whether the sums present corresponded with the gains and losses which had just been read to him, and he was going away when he perceived 3 brass jars completely empty. Abdalonim turned away his head to mark his horror, and Hamilcar, resigning himself to it, said nothing. They crossed other passages and other halls, and at last reached a door where, to ensure its better protection and in accordance with a Roman custom lately introduced into Carthage, a man was fastened by the waist to a long chain let into the wall. His beard and nails had grown to an immoderate length, and he swayed himself from right to left with that continual oscillation which is characteristic of captive animals. As soon as he recognized Hamilcar, he darted towards him, crying: "Pardon, Eye of Baal! Pity! Kill me! For 10 years I have not seen the sun! In your father's name, pardon!" Hamilcar, without answering him, clapped his hands, and 3 men appeared, and all 4 simultaneously stiffening their arms, drew back from its rings the enormous bar which closed the door. Hamilcar took a torch and disappeared into the darkness. This was believed to be the family burying place, but nothing would have been found in it except a broad well. It was dug out merely to baffle robbers, and it concealed nothing. Hamilcar passed along beside it, then stooping down he made a very heavy millstone turn upon its rollers, and through this aperture entered an apartment which was built in the shape of a cone. The walls were covered with scales of brass, and in the centre, on a granite pedestal, stood the statue of one of the Kabiri called Aletes, the discoverer of the mines in Celtiberia. On the ground at its base, and arranged in the form of a cross, were large gold shields, and monster close-necked silver vases, of extravagant shape and unfitted for use. It was customary to cast quantities of metal in this way, so that dilapidation and even removal should be almost impossible. With his torch he lit a miner's lamp, which was fastened to the idol's cap, and green, yellow, blue, violet, wine-coloured and blood-coloured fires suddenly illuminated the hall. It was filled with gems which were either in gold calabashes, fastened like sconces upon the sheets of brass, or were ranged in native masses at the foot of the wall. There were callaides shot away from the mountains with slings, carbuncles formed by the urine of the lynx, glossopetrae which had fallen from the moon, tianos, diamonds, sandastra, beryls with 3 kinds of rubies, the 4 kinds of sapphires, and the 12 kinds of emeralds. They gleamed like splashes of milk, blue icicles, and silver dust, and shed their light in sheets, rays, and stars. Ceronia, engendered by the thunder, sparkled by the side of chalcedonias, which are a cure for poison. There were topazes from Mount Sarbaka to avert terrors, opals from Bactriana to prevent abortions, and horns of Ammon, which are placed under the bed to induce dreams. The fires from the stones and the flames from the lamp were mirrored in the great golden shields. Hamilcar stood smiling with folded arms, and was less delighted by the sight of his riches than by the consciousness of their possession. They were inaccessible, exhaustless, infinite. His ancestors sleeping beneath his feet transmitted something of their eternity to his heart. He felt very near to the subterranean deities. It was as the joy of one of the Kabiri, and the great luminous rays striking upon his face looked like the extremity of an invisible net, linking him across the abysses with the centre of the world. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Part 4 of Salammbo by Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 7, Part 4. A thought came which made him shudder, and placing himself behind the idol, he walked straight up to the wall. Then among the tattooings on his arm he scrutinized a horizontal line with two other perpendicular ones, which in Chanaanitish figures expressed the number 13. Then he counted as far as the 13th of the brass plates, and again raised his ample sleeve, and with his right hand stretched out he read other more complicated lines on his arm, at the same time moving his fingers daintily about like one playing on a lyre. At last he struck 7 blows with his thumb, and an entire section of the wall turned about in a single block. It served to conceal a sort of cellar containing mysterious things which had no name and were of incalculable value. Hamilcar went down the 3 steps, took up a llama's skin which was floating on a black liquid in a silver vat, and then reascended. Abdalonim again began to walk before him. He struck the pavement with his tall cane, the pommel of which was adorned with bells, and before every apartment cried aloud the name of Hamilcar amid eulogies and benedictions. Along the walls of the circular gallery, from which the passages branched off, were piled little beams of algumim, bags of Lawsonia, cakes of lemnos earth, and tortoise carcasses filled with pearls. The Suffet brushed them with his robe as he passed without even looking at some gigantic pieces of amber, an almost divine material formed by the rays of the sun. A cloud of odorous vapour burst forth. "Push open the door." They went in. Naked men were kneading pastes, crushing herbs, stirring coals, pouring oil into jars, and opening and shutting the little ovoid cells which were hollowed out all around in the wall, and were so numerous that the apartment was like the interior of a hive. They were brimful of myrobalan, bdellium, saffron, and violets. Gums, powders, roots, grass phials, branches of filipendula, and rose petals were scattered about everywhere, and the scents were stifling in spite of the cloud wreaths from the styrax shrivelling on the brazen tripod in the centre. The chief of the sweet odours, pale and long as a waxen torch, came up to Hamilcar to crush a roll of metopion in his hands, while 2 others rubbed his heels with leaves of baccharis. He repelled them. They were Cyrenians of infamous morals, but valued on account of the secrets which they possessed. To show his vigilance, the chief of the Odours offered the Suffet a little malobathrum to taste, in an electrum spoon. Then he pierced 3 Indian bezoars with an awl. The master, who knew the artifices employed, took a horn full of balm, and after holding it near the coals inclined it over his robe. A brown spot appeared. It was a fraud. Then he gazed fixedly at the chief of the Odours, and without saying anything, flung the gazelle's horn full in his face. However indignant he might be at adulterations made to his own prejudice, when he perceived some parcels of nard which were being packed up for countries beyond the sea, he ordered antimony to be mixed with it so as to make it heavier. Then he asked where 3 boxes of psagdas designed for his own use were to be found. The chief of the Oders confessed that he did not know. Some soldiers had come howling in with knives, and he had opened the boxes for them. "So you are more afraid of them than of me!" cried the Suffet, and his eyeballs flashed like torches through the smoke upon the tall, pale man, who was beginning to understand. "Abdalonim, you will make him run the gauntlet before sunset. Tear him!" This loss, which was less than the others, had exasperated him, for in spite of his efforts to banish them in his thoughts, he was continually coming again across the barbarians. Their excesses were blended with his daughter's shame, and he was angry with the whole household for knowing of the letter and not speaking of it to him. But something impelled him to bury himself in his misfortune, and in an inquisitional fit he visited the sheds behind the mercantile house to see the supplies of bitumen, wood, anchors and cordage, honey and wax, the cloth warehouse, the stores of food, the marble yard and the silphium barn. He went to the other side of the gardens to make an inspection in their cottages, and the domestic artisans whose productions were sold. There were tailors embroidering cloaks, others making nets, others painting cushions or cutting out sandals, and Egyptian workmen polished papyrus with a shell, while the weavers' shuttles rattled and the armourers' anvils rang. Hamilcar said to them, "Beat away at the swords, I shall want them." And he drew the antelope's skin that had been steeped in poisons from his bosom, to have it cut into a cuirass more solid than one of brass and unassailable by steel or flame. As soon as he approached the workmen, Abdalonim, to give his wrath another direction, tried to anger him against them by murmured disparagement of their work. "What a performance! It is a shame! The master is indeed too good!" Hamilcar moved away without listening to him. He slackened his pace, for the paths were barred by great trees calcined from one end to the other, such as may be met with in the woods where shepherds have encamped, and the palings were broken, the water in the trenches was disappearing, while fragments of glass and the bones of apes were to be seen amid the miry puddles. A scrap of cloth hung here and there from the bushes, and the rotten flowers formed a yellow muck-heap beneath the citron trees. In fact, the servants had neglected everything, thinking that the master would never return. At every step he discovered some new disaster, some further proof of the thing which he had forbidden himself to learn. Here he was soiling his purple boots as he crushed the filth underfoot, and he had not all these men before him at the end of a catapult to make them fly into fragments. He felt humiliated at having defended them. It was a delusion and a piece of treachery. And as he could not revenge himself upon the soldiers, or the ancients, or Salammbo, or anybody, and his wrath required some victim, he condemned all the slaves of the gardens to the mines at a single stroke. Abdalonim shuddered each time that he saw him approaching the parks. But Hamilcar took the path towards the mill, from which there might be heard issuing a mournful melopoeia. The heavy millstones were turning amid the dust. They consisted of 2 cones of porphyry laid the one upon the other. the upper one of the two, which carried a funnel, being made to revolve upon the second by means of strong bars. Some men were pushing these with their breasts and arms, while others were yoked to them and were pulling them. The friction of the straps had formed purulent scabs round about their armpits, such as are seen on asses' withers, and the end of the limb-black rag, which scarcely covered their loins, hung down and flapped against their hams like a long tail. Their eyes were red, the irons on their feet clanked, and all their breasts panted rhythmically. On their mouths they had muzzles fastened by two little bronze chains to render it impossible for them to eat the flour, and their hands were enclosed in gauntlets without fingers, so as to prevent them from taking any. At the master's entrance the wooden bars creaked still more loudly. The grain grated as it was being crushed. Several fell upon their knees, the others, continuing their work, stepped across them. He asked for Giddenem, the governor of the slaved, and that personage appeared, his rank being displayed in the richness of his dress. His tunic, which was slit up at the sides, was of fine purple. His ears were weighted with heavy rings, and the strips of cloth enfolding his legs were joined together with a lacing of gold which extended from his ankles to his hips, like a serpent winding about a tree. In his fingers, which were laden with rings, he held a necklace of jet beads, so as to recognize the men who were subject to the sacred disease. Hamilcar signed to him to unfasten the muzzles. Then, with the cries of famished animals, they all rushed upon the flour, burying their faces in the heaps of it and devouring it. "You are weakening them," said the Suffet. Giddenem replied that such treatment was necessary in order to subdue them. "It was scarcely worth while sending you to the slaves' school at Syracuse. Fetch the others." And the cooks, butlers, grooms, runners, and litter-carriers, the men belonging to the vapour bath, and the women with their children all ranged themselves in a single line in the garden from the mercantile house to the deer park. They held their breath. An immense silence prevailed in Megara. The sun was lengthening across the lagoon at the foot of the catacombs. The peacocks were screeching. Hamilcar walked along step by step. "What am I to do with these old creatures?" he said. "Sell them. There are too many Gauls, they are drunkards, and too many Cretans, they are liars. Buy me some Cappadocians, Asiatics, and Negroes." He was astonished that the children were so few. "The house ought to have births every year, Giddenem. You will leave the huts open every night to let them mingle freely." He then had the thieves, the lazy, and the mutinous shown to him. He distributed punishments, with reproaches to Giddenem, and Giddenem, ox-like, bent his low forehead with its two broad intersecting eyebrows. "See, Eye of Baal," he said, pointing out a sturdy Libyan, "here is one who was caught with the rope around his neck." "Ah, you wish to die?" said the Suffet scornfully. "Yes," replied the slave in an intrepid tone. Then, without heeding the precedent or the pecuniary loss, Hamilcar said to the serving men, "Away with him!" Perhaps in his thoughts he intended a sacrifice. It was a misfortune which he inflicted upon himself in order to avert more terrible ones. Giddenem had hidden those who were mutilated behind the others. Hamilcar perceived them. "Who cut off your arm?" "The soldier's eye of Baal." Then to a Samnite who was staggering like a wounded heron: "And you? Who did that to you?" It was the governor who had broken his leg with an iron bar. This silly atrocity made the Suffet indignant. He snatched the jet necklace out of Giddenem's hands. "Cursed be the dog that injures the flock! Gracious Tanith, to cripple slaves! Ah, you ruin your master! Let him be smothered in the dunghill! And those that are missing, where are they? Have you helped the soldiers to murder them?" His face was so terrible that all the women fled. The slaves drew back and formed a large circle around them. Giddenem was frantically kissing his sandals. Hamilcar stood upright with his arms raised above him. But with his understanding as clear as in the sternest of his battles, he recalled 1,000 odious things, ignominies from which he had turned aside, and in the gleaming of his wrath he could once more see all his disasters simultaneously, as in the lightnings of a storm. The governors of the country estates had fled through terror of the soldiers, perhaps through collusion with them. They were all deceiving him. He had restrained himself too long. "Bring them here," he cried, "and brand them on the forehead with red-hot irons as cowards." Then they brought and spread out in the middle of the garden fetters, carcanets, knives, chains for those condemned to the mines, cipi for fastening the legs, numelae for confining the shoulders, and scorpions or whips with triple thongs terminating in brass claws. All were placed facing the sun, in the direction of Moloch the Devourer, and were stretched on the ground on their stomachs or on their backs, those, however, who were sentenced to be flogged standing upright against the trees, with 2 men beside them, one counting the blows and the other striking. In striking he used both his arms, and the whistling thongs made the bark of the plane trees fly. The blood was scattered like rain upon the foliage, and red masses writhed with howls at the foot of the trees. Those who were under the iron tore their faces with their nails. The wooden screws could be heard creaking, dull knockings resounded, sometimes a sharp cry would suddenly pierce the air. In the direction of the kitchens, men were brisking up burning coals with fans amid tattered garments and scattered hair, and a smell of burning flesh was perceptible. Those who were under the scourge, swooning, but kept in their positions by the bonds on their arms, rolled their heads upon their shoulders and closed their eyes. The others who were watching them began to shriek with terror, and the lions, remembering the feast perhaps, stretched themselves out yawning against the edge of the dens. Then Salammbo was seen on the platform of her terrace. She ran wildly about it from left to right. Hamilcar perceived her. It seemed to him that she was holding up her arms towards him to ask for pardon. With a gesture of horror he plunged into the elephants' park. These animals were the pride of the great Punic houses. They had carried their ancestors, had triumphed in the wars, and they were reverenced as being the favourites of the sun. Those of Megara were the strongest in Carthage. Before he went away, Hamilcar had required Abdalonim to swear that he would watch over them. But they had died from their mutilations, and only 3 remained, lying in the middle of the court in the dust before the ruins of their manger. They recognized him and came up to him. One had its ears horribly slit, another had a large wound in its knee, while the trunk of the third was cut off. They looked sadly at him, like reasonable creatures, and the one that had lost its trunk tried by stooping its huge head and bending its hams to stroke him softly with the hideous extremity of its stump. At this caress from the animal, 2 tears started into his eyes. He rushed at Abdalonim. "Ah, wretch! The cross! The cross!" Abdalonim fell back swooning upon the ground. The bark of a jackal rang from behind the purple factories, the blue smoke of which was ascending slowly into the sky. Hamilcar paused. The thought of his son had suddenly calmed him like the touch of a god. He caught a glimpse of a prolongation of his might, an indefinite continuation of his personality, and the slaves could not understand whence this appeasement had come upon him. As he bent his steps toward the purple factories, he passed before the ergastulum, which was a long house of black stone built in a square pit, with a small pathway all around it and 4 staircases at the corners. Idibal was doubtless waiting until the night to finish his signal. "There is no hurry yet," thought Hamilcar, and he went down into the prison. Some cried out to him, "Return!" The boldest followed him. The open door was flapping in the wind. The twilight entered through the narrow loopholes, and in the interior broken chains could be distinguished hanging from the walls. This was all that remained of the captives of war. Then Hamilcar grew extraordinarily pale, and those who were leaning over the pit outside saw him resting one hand against the wall to keep himself from falling. But the jackal uttered its cry 3 times in succession. Hamilcar raised his head. He did not speak a word, nor make a gesture. Then, when the sun had completely set, he disappeared behind the nopal hedge, and in the evening he said, as he entered the assembly of the rich in the temple of Eschmoun, "Luminaries of the Baalim, I accept the command of the Punic forces against the army of the barbarians." End of chapter 7, part 4. Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 8, Part 1. The Battle of the Macaras. In the following day he drew 223,000 kikars of gold from the Syssitia, and decreed a tax of 14 shekels upon the rich. Even the women contributed, payment was made in behalf of the children, and he compelled the colleges of priests to furnish money, a monstrous thing, according to Carthaginian customs. He demanded all the horses, mules, and arms. A few tried to conceal their wealth, and their property was sold, and to intimidate the avarice of the rest, he himself gave 60 suits of armour and 1,500 gomers of meal, which was as much as was given by the Ivory Company. He sent into Liguria to buy soldiers, 3,000 mountaineers accustomed to fight with bears. They were paid for 6 moons in advance at the rate of 4 minae a day. Nevertheless, an army was wanted, but he did not, like Hanno, accept all the citizens. First, he rejected those engaged in sedentary occupations, and then those who were big-bellied or had a pusillanimous look, and he admitted those of ill repute, the scum of Malqua, sons of barbarians, freed men. For reward he promised some of the new Carthaginians complete rights of citizenship. His first care was to reform the legion. These handsome young fellows, who regarded themselves as the military majesty of the Republic, governed themselves. He reduced their officers to the ranks, he treated them harshly, made them run, leap, ascend the declivity of Byrsa at a single burst, hurl javelins, wrestle together, and sleep in the squares at night. Their families used to come to see them and pity them. He ordered shorter swords and stronger buskins. He fixed the number of serving men and reduced the amount of baggage, and as there were 300 Roman pila kept in the temple of Moloch, he took them in spite of the pontiff's protests. He organized a phalanx of 72 elephants with those which had returned from Utica and others which were private property, and rendered them formidable. He armed their drivers with mallet and chisel to enable them to split their skulls in the fight if they ran away. He would not allow his generals to be nominated by the Grand Council. The ancients tried to urge the laws in objection, but he set them aside, no one ventured to murmur again, and everything yielded to the violence of his genius. He assumed sole charge of the war, the government, and the finances, and as a precaution against accusations, he demanded the Suffet Hanno as examiner of his accounts. He set to work upon the ramparts, and had the old and now useless inner walls demolished in order to furnish stones. But difference of fortune, replacing the hierarchy of race, still kept the sons of the vanquished and those of the conquerors apart. Thus the patricians viewed the destruction of these ruins with an angry eye, while the plebeians, scarcely knowing why, rejoiced. The troops defiled under arms through the streets from morning till night. Every moment the sound of trumpets was heard, chariots passed bearing shields, tents, and pikes. The courts were full of women engaged in tearing up linen. The enthusiasm spread from one to another, and Hamilcar's soul filled the Republic. He had divided his soldiers into even numbers, being careful to place a strong man and a weak one alternately throughout the length of his files, so that he who was less vigorous or more cowardly might be at once led and pushed forward by 2 others. But with his 3,000 Ligurians, and the best in Carthage, he could form only a simple phalanx of 4,096 hoplites, protected by bronze helmets, and handling ashen sarissæ 14 cubits long. There were 2,000 young men, each equipped with a sling, a dagger, and sandals. he reinforced them with 800 others armed with round shields and Roman swords. The heavy cavalry was composed of the 1300 remaining guardsmen of the legion, covered with plates of vermilion bronze, like the Assyrian Clinabarians. He had further 400 mounted archers of those that were called Tarentines, with caps of weasel's skin, two-edged axes, and leathern tunics. Finally, there were 1,200 Negroes from the quarter of the caravans, who were mingled with the Clinabarians, and were to run beside the stallions with one hand resting on the manes. All was ready, and yet Hamilcar did not start. Often at night he would go out of Carthage alone, and make his way beyond the lagoon towards the mouths of the Macaras. Did he intend to join the mercenaries? The Ligurians encamped in the Mappalian district surrounded his house. The apprehensions of the rich appeared justified when, one day, 300 barbarians were seen approaching the walls. The Suffet opened the gates to them. They were deserters, drawn by fear or by fidelity. They were hastening to their master. Hamilcar's return did not surprise the mercenaries. According to their ideas, the man could not die. He was returning to fulfill his promise, a hope by no means absurd, so deep was the abyss between country and army. Moreover, they did not believe themselves culpable. The feast was forgotten. The spies whom they surprised undeceived them. It was a triumph for the bitter. Even the lukewarm grew furious. Then the two sieges overwhelmed them with weariness. No progress was being made. A battle would be better. Thus many men had left the ranks and were scouring the country. But at news of the arming they returned. Matho leaped for joy. At last, he cried. Then the resentment which he cherished against Salammbo was turned against Hamilcar. His hate could now perceive a definite prey, and as his vengeance grew easier of conception, he almost believed that he had realized it, and he revelled in it already. At the same time he was seized with a loftier tenderness, and consumed by a more acrid desire. He saw himself alternately in the midst of the soldiers brandishing the Suffet's head on a pike, and then in the room with the purple bed, clasping the maiden in his arms, covering her face with kisses, passing his hands over her long, black hair, and the imagination of this, which he knew could never be realized, tortured him. He swore to himself that, since his companions had appointed him Scalicium, he would conduct the war. The certainty that he would not return from it urged him to render it a pitiless one. He came to Spendius and said to him, "You will go and get your men, I will bring mine. Warn Autaritus, we are lost if Hamilcar attacks us. Do you understand me? Rise!" Spendius was stupefied before such an air of authority. Matho usually allowed himself to be led, and his previous transports had quickly passed away. But just now he appeared at once calmer and more terrible. A superb will gleamed in his eye, like the flame of sacrifice. The Greek did not listen to his reasons. He was living in one of the Carthaginian pearl-bordered tents, drinking cool beverages from silver cups, playing at the kotabos, letting his hair grow, and conducting the siege with slackness. Moreover, he had entered into communications with some in the town, and would not leave, being sure that it would open its gates before many days were over. Narr' Havas, who wandered about among the three armies, was at that time with him. He supported his opinion, and even blamed the Libyan for wishing in his excess of courage to abandon their enterprise. "Go, if you are afraid!" exclaimed Matho. "You promised us pitch, sulphur, elephants, foot soldiers, horses. Where are they?" Narr' Havas reminded him that he had exterminated Hanno's last cohorts. As to the elephants, they were being hunted in the woods; he was arming the foot soldiers; the horses were on their way, and the Numidian rolled his eyes like a woman, and smiled in an irritating manner as he stroked the ostrich feather which fell upon his shoulder. In his presence Matho was at a loss for a reply. But a man who was a stranger entered, wet with perspiration, scared, and with bleeding feet and loosened girdle. His breathing shook his lean sides enough to have burst them, and speaking in an unintelligible dialect, he opened his eyes wide as if he were telling of some battle. The king sprang outside and called his horsemen. They ranged themselves in the plain before him in the form of a circle. Narr' Havas, who was mounted, bent his head and bit his lips. At last he separated his men into two equal divisions, and told the first to wait; then, with an imperious gesture, he carried off the others at a gallop and disappeared on the horizon in the direction of the mountains. "Master," murmured Spendius, "I do not like these extraordinary chances, the Suffet returning, Narr' Havas going away—" "Why, what does it matter?" said Matho disdainfully. It was a reason the more for anticipating Hamilcar by uniting with Autaritus. But if the siege of the towns were raised, the inhabitants would come out and attack them in the rear, while they would have the Carthaginians in front. After much talking, the following measures were resolved upon and immediately executed. Spendius proceeded with 15,000 men as far as the bridge built across the Macaras, 3 miles from Utica. The corners of it were fortified with 4 huge towers provided with catapults. All the paths and gorges in the mountains were stopped up with trunks of trees, pieces of rock, interlacing of thorn, and stone walls. On the summits heaps of grass were made, which might be lighted as signals, and shepherds who were able to see at a distance were posted at intervals. No doubt Hamilcar would not, like Hanno, advance by the mountain of the hot springs. He would think that Autaritus, being master of the interior, would close the road against him. Moreover, a check at the opening of the campaign would ruin him, while if he gained a victory he would soon have to make a fresh beginning, the mercenaries being further off. Again, he could disembark at Cape Grapes and march thence upon one of the towns. But he would then find himself between the two armies, an indiscretion which he could not commit with his scanty forces. Accordingly he must proceed along the base of Mount Ariana, then turn to the left to avoid the mouths of the Macaras, and come straight to the bridge. It was there that Matho expected him. At night he used to inspect the pioneers by torchlight. He would hasten to Hippo Zarytus or to the works of the mountains, would come back again, would never rest. Spendius envied his energy, but in the management of spies, the choice of sentries, the working of the engines, and all means of defence, Matho listened docilely to his companion. They spoke no more of Salammbo, one not thinking about her, and the other being prevented by a feeling of shame. Often he would go towards Carthage, striving to catch sight of Hamilcar's troops. His eyes would dart along the horizon, he would lie flat on the ground, and believe that he could hear an army in the throbbing of his arteries. He told Spendius that if Hamilcar did not arrive in 3 days, he would go with all his men to meet him and offer him battle. 2 further days elapsed. Spendius restrained him, but on the morning of the 6th day he departed. The Carthaginians were no less impatient for war than the barbarians. In tents and in houses there was the same longing and the same distress. All were asking one another what was delaying Hamilcar. From time to time he would mount to the cupola of the temple of Eschmoun beside the announcer of the moons, and take note of the wind. One day, it was the 3rd of the month of Tybi, they saw him descending from the Acropolis with hurried steps. A great clamour rose in the Mappalian district. Soon the streets were astir, and the soldiers were everywhere beginning to arm themselves upon their breasts, and they ran quickly to the square of Khamon to take their places in the ranks. No one was allowed to follow them, or even to speak to them, or to approach the ramparts. For some minutes the whole town was silent as a great tomb. The soldiers, as they leaned on their lances, were thinking, and the others in the houses were sighing. At sunset the army went out by the western gate, but instead of taking the road to Tunis, or making for the mountains in the direction of Utica, they continued their march along the edge of the sea, and they soon reached the lagoon, where round spaces quite whitened with salt glittered like gigantic silver dishes forgotten on the shore. Then the pools of water multiplied, the ground gradually became softer, and the feet sank in it. Hamilcar did not turn back. He went on still at their head, and his horse, which was yellow-spotted like a dragon, advanced into the mire flinging froth around him, and with great straining of the loins. Night, a moonless night, fell. A few cried out that they were about to perish. He snatched their arms from them, and gave them to the serving men. Nevertheless, the mud became deeper and deeper. Some had to mount the beasts of burden, others clung to the horses' tails, the sturdy pulled the weak, and the Ligurian corps drove on the infantry with the points of their pikes. The darkness increased. They had lost their way. All stopped. Then some of the Suffet's slaves went on ahead to look for the buoys which had been placed at intervals by his order. They shouted through the darkness, and the army followed them at a distance. At last they felt the resistance of the ground. Then a whitish curve became dimly visible, and they found themselves on the bank of the Macaras. In spite of the cold, no fires were lighted. In the middle of the night squalls of wind arose. Hamilcar had the soldiers roused, but not a trumpet was sounded. Their captain tapped them slowly on the shoulder. A man of lofty stature went down into the water. It did not come up to his girdle. It was possible to cross. The Suffet ordered 32 of the elephants to be posted in the river 100 paces further on, while the others, lower down, would check the lines of men that were carried away by the current, and holding their weapons above their heads, they all crossed the Macaras as though between two walls. He had noticed that the western wind had driven the sand so as to obstruct the river and form a natural causeway across it. He was now on the left bank in front of Utica, and in a vast plain, the latter being advantageous for his elephant, which formed the strength of his army. This feat of genius filled the soldiers with enthusiasm. They recovered extraordinary confidence. They wished to hasten immediately against the barbarians, but the Suffet bade them rest for 2 hours. As soon as the sun appeared, they moved into the plain in 3 lines. First came the elephants, and then the light infantry with the cavalry behind it, the phalanx marching next. The barbarians encamped at Utica, and the 15,000 about the bridge were surprised to see the ground undulating in the distance. The wind, which was blowing very hard, was driving tornadoes of sand before it. They rose as though snatched from the soil, ascended in great light-coloured strips, then parted asunder and began again, hiding the Punic army the while from the mercenaries. Owing to the horns, which stood up on the edge of the helmets, some thought that they could perceive a herd of oxen; others, deceived by the motion of the cloaks, pretended that they could distinguish wings, and those who had travelled a good deal shrugged their shoulders and explained everything by the illusions of the mirage. Nevertheless, something of enormous size continued to advance. Little vapours, as supple as the breath, ran across the surface of the desert. The sun, which was higher now, shone more strongly; a harsh light, which seemed to vibrate, threw back the depths of the sky, and permeating objects rendered distance incalculable. The immense plain expanded in every direction beyond the limits of vision, and the almost insensible undulations of the soil extended to the extreme horizon, which was closed by a great blue line, which they knew to be the sea. The 2 armies, having left their tents, stood gazing. The people of Utica were massing on the ramparts to have a better view. At last they distinguished several transverse bars bristling with level points. They became thicker, larger; black hillocks swayed to and fro; square thickets suddenly appeared. They were elephants and lances. A single shout went up: "The Carthaginians!" And without signal or command, the soldiers at Utica and those at the bridge ran pell-mell to fall in a body upon Hamilcar. Spendius shuddered at the name. Hamilcar, Hamilcar, he repeated, panting, and Matho was not there. What was to be done? No means of flight. The suddenness of the event, his terror of the Suffet, and above all, the urgent need of forming an immediate resolution, distracted him. He could see himself pierced by 1,000 swords, decapitated, dead. Meanwhile he was being called for; 30,000 men would follow him. He was seized with fury against himself; he fell back upon the hope of victory. It was full of bliss, and he believed himself more intrepid than Epaminondas. He smeared his cheeks with vermilion in order to conceal his paleness, then he buckled on his knemids and his cuirass, swallowed a patera of pure wine, and ran after his troops, who were hastening towards those from Utica. They united so rapidly that the Suffet had not time to draw up his men in battle array. By degrees he slackened his speed. The elephants stopped. They rocked their heavy heads with their chargings of ostrich feathers, striking their shoulders the while with their trunks. Behind the intervals between them might be seen the cohorts of the Yldz, and further on the great helmets of the Clinabarians, with steel heads glancing in the sun, cuirasses, plumes, and waving standards. But the Carthaginian army, which amounted to 11,396 men, seemed scarcely to contain them, for it formed an oblong, narrow at the sides, and pressed back upon itself. Seeing them so weak, the barbarians, who were thrice as numerous, were seized by extravagant joy. Hamilcar was not to be seen. Perhaps he had remained down yonder. Moreover, what did it matter? The disdain which they felt for these traitors strengthened their courage, and before Spendius could command a manoeuvre, they had all understood it, and already executed it. They were deployed in a long straight line, overlapping the wings of the Punic army, in order to completely encompass it. But when there was an interval of only 300 paces between the armies, the elephants turned round instead of advancing. Then the Clinabarians were seen to face about and follow them, and the surprise of the mercenaries increased when they saw the archers running to join them. So the Carthaginians were afraid, they were fleeing. A tremendous hooting broke out from among the barbarian troops, and Spendius exclaimed from the top of his dromedary, "Ah, I knew it! Forward! Forward!" Then javelins, darts, and sling bullets burst forth simultaneously. The elephants, feeling their croups stung by the arrows, began to gallop more quickly. A great dust enveloped them, and they vanished like shadows in a cloud. End of chapter 8, part 1. Of Salammbo by Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 8, Part 2. But from the distance there came a loud noise of footsteps, dominated by the shrill sound of the trumpets, which were being blown furiously. The space which the barbarians had in front of them, which was full of eddies and tumult, attracted like a whirlpool. Some dashed into it. Cohorts of infantry appeared, they closed up, and at the same time all the rest saw the foot soldiers hastening up with the horsemen at a gallop. Hamilcar had, in fact, ordered the phalanx to break its sections, and the elephants, light troops, and cavalry to pass through the intervals, so as to bring themselves speedily upon the wings, and so well had he calculated the distance from the barbarians, that at the moment when they reached him, the entire Carthaginian army formed one long straight line. In the centre bristled the phalanx, formed of syntagmata, or full of squares having 16 men on each side. All the leaders of all the files appeared amid long, sharp lance-heads, which jutted out unevenly around them, for the first 6 ranks crossed their sarissæ, holding them in the middle, and the 10 lower ranks rested them upon the shoulders of their companions in succession before them. Their faces were all half hidden beneath the visors of their helmets, their right legs were all covered with bronze knemids, broad cylindrical shields reached down to their knees, and the horrible quadrangular mass moved in a single body, and seemed to live like an animal and work like a machine. 2 cohorts of elephants flanked it in regular array. Quivering, they shook off the splinters of the arrows that clung to their black skins. The Indians, squatting on their withers among the tufts of white feathers, restrained them with their spoon-headed harpoons, while the men in the towers, who were hidden up to their shoulders, moved about iron distaffs, furnished with lighted tow on the edges of their large bended bows. Right and left of the elephants hovered the slingers, each with a sling around his loins, a second on his head, and a third in his right hand. Then came the Clinabarians, each flanked by a negro, and pointing their lances between the ears of their horses, which, like themselves, were completely covered with gold. Afterwards, at intervals, came the light-armed soldiers with shields of lynx skin, beyond which protected the points of the javelins which they held in their left hands, while the Tarentines, each having 2 coupled horses, relieved this wall of soldiers at its 2 extremities. The army of the barbarians, on the contrary, had not been able to preserve its line. Undulations and blanks were to be found through its extravagant length. All were panting and out of breath with their running. The phalanx moved heavily along with thrusts from all its sarissæ, and the too slender line of the mercenaries soon yielded in the centre beneath the enormous weight. Then the Carthaginian wings expanded in order to fall upon them, the elephants following. The phalanx, with obliquely pointed lances, cut through the barbarians. There were 2 enormous, struggling bodies, and the wings with slings and arrows beat them back upon the phalangites. There was no cavalry to get rid of them, except 200 Numidians operating against the right squadron of the Clinabarians. All the rest were hemmed in, and unable to extricate themselves from the lines. The peril was imminent, and the need of coming to some resolution urgent. Spendius ordered attacks to be made simultaneously on both flanks of the phalanx, so as to pass clean through it. But the narrower ranks glided below the longer ones and recovered their position, and the phalanx turned upon the barbarians as terrible in flank as it had just been in front. They struck at the staves of the sarissæ, but the cavalry in the rear embarrassed their attack, and the phalanx, supported by the elephants, lengthened and contracted, presenting itself in the form of a square, a cone, a rhombus, a trapezium, a pyramid. A twofold internal movement went on continually from its head to its rear, for those who were at the lowest part of the files hastened up to the first ranks, while the latter, from fatigue or on account of the wounded, fell further back. The barbarians found themselves thronged upon the phalanx. It was impossible for it to advance. There was, as it were, an ocean wherein leaped red crests and scales of brass, while the bright shields rolled like silver foam. Sometimes broad currents would descend from one extremity to the other, and then go up again, while a heavy mass remained motionless in the centre. The lances dipped and rose alternately. Elsewhere there was so quick a play of naked swords that only the points were visible, while tourmei of cavalry formed wide circles which closed again like whirlwinds behind them. Above the voices of the captains, the ringing of clarions and the grating of tires, bullets of lead and almonds of clay whistled through the air, dashing the sword from the hand or the brain out of the skull. The wounded, sheltering themselves with one arm beneath their shields, pointed their swords by resting the pommels on the ground, while others, lying in pools of blood, would turn and bite the heels of those above them. The multitude was so compact, the dust so thick, and the tumult so great that it was impossible to distinguish anything. The cowards who offered to surrender were not even heard. Those whose hands were empty clasped one another close. Breasts cracked against cuirasses, and corpses hung with head thrown back between a pair of contracted arms. There was a company of 60 Umbrians, who, firm on their hams, their pikes before their eyes, immovable and grinding their teeth, forced 2 syntagmata to recoil simultaneously. Some Epirot shepherds ran upon the left squadron of the Clinabarians, and whirling their staves, seized the horses by the man. The animals threw their riders and fled across the plain. The Punic slingers, scattered here and there, stood gaping. The phalanx began to waver, the captains ran to and fro in distraction, the rearmost in the files were pressing upon the soldiers, and the barbarians had reformed. They were recovering. The victory was theirs. But a cry, a terrible cry, broke forth, a roar of pain and wrath. It came from the 72 elephants which were rushing on in double line, Hamilcar having waited until the mercenaries were massed together in one spot to let them loose against them. The Indians had goaded them so vigorously that blood was trickling down their broad ears. Their trunks, which were smeared with mimium, were stretched straight out in the air like red serpents. Their breasts were furnished with spears, and their backs with cuirasses. Their tusks were lengthened with steel blades curved like sabres, and to make them more ferocious, they had been intoxicated with a mixture of pepper, wine, and incense. They shook their necklaces of bells and shrieked, and the elephantarchs bent their heads beneath the stream of phalaricas which was beginning to fly from the tops of the towers. In order to resist them the better, the barbarians rushed forward in a compact crowd. The elephants flung themselves impetuously upon the centre of it. The spurs on their breasts, like ships' prows, clove through the cohorts, which flowed surging back. They stifled the men with their trunks, or else snatching them up from the ground delivered them over their heads to the soldiers in the towers. With their tusks they disembowelled them, and hurled them into the air, and long entrails hung from their ivory fangs, like bundles of rope from a mast. The barbarians strove to blind them, to hamstring them. Others would slip beneath their bodies, bury a sword in them up to the hilt, and perish crushed to death. The most intrepid clung to their straps, They would go on sawing the leather amid flames, bullets, and arrows, and the wicker tower would fall like a tower of stone. 14 of the animals on the extreme right, irritated by their wounds, turned upon the second rank. The Indians seized mallet and chisel, applied the latter to a joint in the head, and with all their might struck a great blow. Down fell the huge beasts, falling one above another. It was like a mountain, and upon the heap of dead bodies and armour a monstrous elephant, called the Fury of Baal, which had been caught by the leg in some chains, stood howling until the evening, with an arrow in its eye. The others, however, like conquerors, delighting in extermination, overthrew, crushed, stamped, and raged against the corpses and the debris. To repel the maniples in serried circles around them, they turned about on their hind feet as they advanced, with a continual rotary motion. The Carthaginians felt their energy increase, and the battle began again. The barbarians were growing weak. Some Greek hoplites threw away all their arms, and terror seized upon the rest. Spendius was seen stooping upon his dromedary, and spurring it on the shoulders with 2 javelins. Then they all rushed away from the wings, and ran towards Utica. The Clinabarians, whose horses were exhausted, did not try to overtake them. The Ligurians, who were weakened by thirst, cried out for an advance towards the river, but the Carthaginians, who were posted in the centre of the Syntagmata, and had suffered less, stamped their feet with longing for the vengeance which was flying from them, and they were already darting forward in pursuit of the mercenaries, when Hamilcar appeared. He held in his spotted and sweat-covered horse with silver reins. The bands fastened on the horns on his helmet flapped in the wind behind him, and he had placed his oval shield beneath his left thigh. With a motion of his triple-pointed pike he checked the army. The Tarentines leaped quickly upon their spare horses, and set off right and left towards the river and towards the town. The phalanx exterminated all the remaining barbarians at leisure. When the swords appeared, they would stretch out their throats and close their eyelids. Others defended themselves to the last, and were knocked down from a distance with flints like mad dogs. Hamilcar had desired the taking of prisoners, but the Carthaginians obeyed him grudgingly, so much pleasure did they derive from plunging their swords into the bodies of the barbarians. As they were too hot, they set about their work with bare arms like mowers, and when they desisted to take breath, they would follow with their eyes a horseman galloping across the country after a fleeing soldier. He would succeed in seizing him by the hair, hold him thus for a while, and then fell him with a blow of his axe. Night fell. Carthaginians and barbarians had disappeared. The elephants which had taken to flight roamed in the horizon with their fired towers. These burned here and there in the darkness like beacons nearly half lost in the mist, and no movement could be discerned in the plain save the undulation of the river, which was heaped with corpses, and was drifting them away to the sea. 2 hours afterwards Matho arrived. He caught sight in the starlight of long, uneven heaps lying upon the ground. They were files of barbarians. He stooped down. All were dead. He called into the distance, but no voice replied. That very morning He had left Hippo Zarytus with his soldiers to march upon Carthage. At Utica the army under Spendius had just set out, and the inhabitants were beginning to fire the engines. All had fought desperately. But the tumult which was going on in the direction of the bridge, increasing in an incomprehensible fashion, Matho had struck across the mountain by the shortest road, and as the barbarians were fleeing over the plain, he had encountered nobody. Facing him were little pyramidical masses rearing themselves in the shade, and on this side of the river and closer to him were motionless lights on the surface of the ground. In fact, the Carthaginians had fallen back behind the bridge, and to deceive the barbarians the Suffet had stationed numerous posts upon the other bank. Matho, still advancing, thought that he could distinguish Punic engines, for horses' heads which did not stir appeared in the air fixed upon the tops of piles of staves which could not be seen, and further off he could hear a great clamour, a noise of songs, and clashing of cups. Then, not knowing where he was nor how to find Spendius, assailed with anguish, scared and lost in the darkness, he returned more impetuously by the same road. The dawn was growing grey when from the top of the mountain he perceived the town with the carcasses of the engines blackened by the flames and looking like giant skeletons leaning against the walls. All was peaceful amid extraordinary silence and heaviness. Among his soldiers on the verge of the tents, men were sleeping nearly naked, each upon his back or with his forehead against his arm, which was supported by his cuirass. Some were unwinding blood-stained bandages from their legs. Those who were doomed to die rolled their heads about gently, others dragged themselves along and brought them drink. The sentries walked up and down along the narrow paths in order to warm themselves, or stood in a fierce attitude with their faces turned towards the horizon and their pikes on their shoulders. Matho found Spendius sheltered beneath a rag of canvas, supported by 2 sticks set in the ground, his knee in his hands and his head cast down. They remained for a long time without speaking. At last Matho murmured, "Conquered." Spendius rejoined in a gloomy voice, "Yes, conquered." And to all questions he replied by gestures of despair. Meanwhile, sighs and death rattles reached them. Matho partially opened the canvas. Then the sight of the soldiers reminded him of another disaster in the same spot, and he ground his teeth. "Wretch! Once already!" Spendius interrupted him. "You were not there either!" "It is a curse!" exclaimed Matho. "Nevertheless, in the end I will get at him, I will conquer him, I will slay him! Ah, if I had been there!" The thought of having missed the battle rendered him even more desperate than the defeat. He snatched up his sword and threw it upon the ground. "But how did the Carthaginians beat you?" The former slave began to describe the manoeuvres. Matho seemed to see them, and he grew angry. The army from Utica ought to have taken Hamilcar in the rear instead of hastening to the bridge. "Ah, I know," said Spendius. "You ought to have made your ranks twice as deep, avoided exposing the velites against the phalanx, and given free passage to the elephants. Everything might have been recovered at the last moment. There was no necessity to fly." Spendius replied. I saw him pass along in his large red cloak, with uplifted arms and higher than the dust, like an eagle flying upon the flank of the cohorts, and at every nod they closed up or darted forward, the throng carried us towards each other. He looked at me, and I felt the cold steel as if it were in my heart. "He selected the day, perhaps," whispered Matho to himself. They questioned each other, trying to discover what it was that had brought the Suffet just when circumstances were most unfavourable. They went on to talk over the question, and Spendius, to extenuate his fault or to revive his courage, asserted that some hope still remained. "And if there be none, it matters not," said Matho. "Alone I will carry on the war." "And I too!" exclaimed the Greek, leaping up. He strode to and fro, his eyes sparkling, and a strange smile wrinkled his jackal face. "We will make a fresh start. Do not leave me again. I am not made for battles in the sunlight. The flashing of swords troubles my sight. It is a disease. I lived too long in my ergastulum. But give me walls to scale at night, and I will enter the citadels, and the corpses shall be cold before cock-crow. Show me anyone, anything, an enemy, a treasure, a woman— "A woman?" he repeated. "Were she a king's daughter, and I will quickly bring your desire to your feet. You reproach me for having lost the battle against Hanno, nevertheless I won it back again. Confess it, my herd of swine did more for us than a phalanx of Spartans." And yielding to the need that he felt of exalting himself and taking his revenge, he enumerated all that he had done for the cause of the mercenaries. "It was I who urged on the Gaul in the Suffet's gardens, and later at Sicca I maddened them all with fear of the Republic. Gisco was sending them back, but I prevented the interpreters speaking. Ah, how their tongues hung out of their mouths! Do you remember? I brought you into Carthage, I stole the zaïmph, I led you to her. I will do more yet, you shall see." He burst out laughing like a madman. Matho regarded him with gaping eyes. He felt in a measure uncomfortable in the presence of this man, who was at once so cowardly and so terrible. The Greek resumed in jovial tones and cracking his fingers. "Evoe, son after run! I have worked in the quarries, and I have drunk Massic wine beneath a golden awning in a vessel of my own like a Ptolemeus. Calamity should help to make us cleverer. By dint of work we may make fortune bend. She loves politicians, she will yield." He returned to Matho and took him by the arm. "Master, at present the Carthaginians are sure of their victory. You have quite an army which has not fought, and your men obey you. Place them in the front, mine will follow to avenge themselves. I have still 3,000 Carians, 1,200 slingers and archers, whole cohorts. A phalanx even might be formed. Let us return." Matho, who had been stunned by the disaster, had hitherto thought of no means of repairing it. He listened with open mouth, and the bronze plates which circled his sides rose with the leapings of his heart. He picked up his sword, crying, "Follow me! Forward!" But when the scouts returned, they announced that the Carthaginian dead had been carried off, that the bridge was in ruins, and that Hamilcar had disappeared. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. One of Salammbo by Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 9, Part 1. In the Field. Hamilcar had thought that the mercenaries would await him at Utica, or that they would return against him, and finding his forces insufficient to make or to sustain an attack, he had struck southwards along the right bank of the river, thus protecting himself immediately from a surprise. He intended to wink at the revolt of the tribes, and to detach them all from the cause of the barbarians. Then, when they were quite isolated in the midst of the provinces, he would fall upon them and exterminate them. In 14 days he pacified the region comprised between Tucaber and Utica, with the towns of Tignicaba, Tessura, Vacca, and others further to the west. Zungar, built in the mountains, Asura, celebrated for its temples, Gerado, fertile in junipers, Thapitis, and Hangor sent embassies to him. The country people came with their hands full of provisions, implored his protection, kissed his feet and those of the soldiers, and complained of the barbarians. Some came to offer him bags containing heads of mercenaries killed, so they said, by themselves, but which they had cut off corpses, for many had lost themselves in their flight, and were found dead here and there beneath the olive trees and among the vines. On the morrow of his victory, Hamilcar, to dazzle the people, had sent to Carthage the 2,000 captives taken on the battlefield. They arrived in long companies of 100 men each, all with their arms fastened behind their backs, with a bar of bronze, which caught them at the nape of the neck, and the wounded, bleeding as they still were, running also along. Horsemen followed them, driving them on with blows of the whip. Then there was a delirium of joy. People repeated that there were 6,000 barbarians killed, the others would not hold out, and the war was finished. They embraced one another in the streets, and rubbed the faces of the Partake guards with butter and cinnamomum to thank them. These, with their big eyes, their big bodies, and their arms raised as high as the shoulder, seemed to live beneath their freshened paint, and to participate in the cheerfulness of the people. The rich left their doors open, the city resounded with the noise of the timbrels, the temples were illuminated every night, and the servants of the goddess went down to Malqua and set up stages of sycamore wood at the corners of the crossways, and prostituted themselves there. Lands were voted to the conquerors, holocausts to Melkarth, 300 gold crowns to the Suffet, and his partisans proposed to decree him new prerogatives and honours. He had begged the ancients to make overtures to Autaritus for exchanging all the barbarians, if necessary, for the aged Gisco, and the other Carthaginians detained like him. The Libyans and nomads composing the army under Autaritus knew scarcely anything of these mercenaries, who were men of Italiote or Greek race, and the offer by the Republic of so many barbarians for so few Carthaginians showed that the value of the former was nothing, and that of the latter considerable. They dreaded a snare. Autaritus refused. Then the ancients decreed the execution of the captives, although the Suffet had written to them not to put them to death. He reckoned upon incorporating the best of them with his own troops, and thus instigating defections. But hatred swept away all circumspection. The 2,000 barbarians were tied to the stellae of the tombs in the Mappalian quarter, and traders, scullions, embroiderers, and even women, the widows of the dead with their children, all who would, came to kill them with arrows. They aimed slowly at them, the better to prolong their torture, lowering the weapon and then raising it in turn, and the multitude pressed forward, howling. Paralytics had themselves brought thither in hand-barrows. Many took the precaution of bringing their food, and remained on the spot until the evening. Others passed the night there. Tents had been set up in which drinking went on. Many gained large sums by hiring out bows. Then all these crucified corpses were left upright, looking like so many red statues on the tombs, and the excitement even spread to the people of Malqua, who were the descendants of the aboriginal families, and were usually indifferent to the affairs of their country. Out of gratitude for the pleasure it had been giving them, they now interested themselves in its fortunes, and felt that they were Carthaginians, and the ancients thought it a clever thing to have thus blended the entire people in a single act of vengeance. The sanction of the gods was not wanting, for crows alighted from all quarters of the sky. They wheeled in the air as they flew with loud hoarse cries, and formed a huge cloud rolling continually upon itself. It was seen from Clypea, Rhades, and the promontory of Hermanaeum. Sometimes it would suddenly burst asunder, its black spirals extending far away, as an eagle clove the centre of it, and then departed again. Here and there on the terraces, the domes, the peaks of the obelisks, and the pediments of the temples, there were big birds holding human fragments in their reddened beaks. Owing to the smell, the Carthaginians resigned themselves to unbind the corpses. A few of them were burned, the rest were thrown into the sea, and the waves, driven by the north wind, deposited them on the shore at the end of the gulf before the camp of Autaritus. This punishment had no doubt terrified the barbarians, for from the top of Eschmoun they could be seen striking their tents, collecting their flocks and hoisting their baggage upon asses, and on the evening of the same day the entire army withdrew. It was to march to and fro between the mountain of the hot springs and Hippo Zarytus, and so debar the Suffet from approaching the Tyrian towns, and from the possibility of a return to Carthage. Meanwhile, the two other armies were to try to overtake him in the south, Spendius in the east and Matho in the west, in such a way that all three should unite to surprise and entangle him. They then received a reinforcement which they had not looked for. Narr'havas appeared with 300 camels laden with bitumen, 25 elephants, and 6,000 horsemen. To weaken the mercenaries, the Suffet had judged it prudent to occupy his attention at a distance in his own kingdom. From the heart of Carthage he had come to an understanding with Masgaba, a Gaetulian brigand who was seeking to found an empire. Strengthened by Punic money, the adventurer had raised the Numidian states with promises of freedom. But Narr'Havas, warned by his nurse's son, had dropped into Cirta, poisoned the conquerors with the water of the cisterns, struck off a few heads, set all right again, and had just arrived against the Suffet more furious than the barbarians. The chiefs of the four armies concerted the arrangement for the war. It would be a long one, and everything must be foreseen. It was agreed first to entreat the assistance of the Romans, and this mission was offered to Spendius, but as a fugitive he dared not undertake it. 12 men from the Greek colonies embarked at Annaba in a sloop belonging to the Numidians. Then the chiefs exacted an oath of complete obedience from all the barbarians. Every day the captains inspected clothes and boots. The sentries were even forbidden to use a shield, for they would often lean it against their lance and fall asleep as they stood. Those who had any baggage trailing after them were obliged to get rid of it. Everything was to be carried, in Roman fashion, on the back. As a precaution against the elephants, Matho instituted a corps of cataphracts cavalry, men and horses being hidden beneath cuirasses of hippopotamus skin, bristling with nails, and to protect the horses' hoofs, boots of plaited esparto grass were made for them. It was forbidden to pillage the villages, or to tyrannize over the inhabitants who were not of Punic race. But as the country was becoming exhausted, Matho ordered the provisions to be served out to the soldiers individually, without troubling about the women. At first the men shared with them. Many grew weak for lack of food. It was the occasion of many quarrels and invectives, many drawing away the companions of the rest by the bait or even by the promise of their own portion. Matho commanded them all to be driven away pitilessly. They took refuge in the camp of Autaritus, but the Gaulish and Libyan women forced them by their outrageous treatment to depart. At last they came beneath the walls of Carthage to implore the protection of Ceres and Proserpine, for in Bysra there was a temple with priests consecrated to these goddesses in expiation of the horrors formerly committed at the siege of Syracuse. The Syssitia, alleging their right to waifs and strays, claimed the youngest in order to sell them, and some fair Lacedaemonian women were taken by new Carthaginians in marriage. A few persisted in following the armies. They ran on the flank of the Syntagmata by the side of the captains. They called to their husbands, pulled them by the cloak, cursed them as they beat their breasts, and held out their little naked and weeping children at arm's length. The sight of them was unmanning the barbarians. They were an embarrassment and a peril. Several times they were repulsed, but they came back again. Matho made the horsemen belonging to Narr'Havas charge them with the point of the lance, and on some Balearians shouting out to him that they must have women, he replied, "I have none." Just now he was invaded by the genius of Moloch. In spite of the rebellion of his conscience, he performed terrible deeds, imagining that he was thus obeying the voice of a god. When he could not ravage the fields, Matho would cast stones into them to render them sterile. He urged Autaritus and Spendius with repeated messages to make haste, but the Suffet's operations were incomprehensible. He encamped at Aidis, Moncar, and Tehent successively. Some scouts believe that they saw him in the neighbourhood of Ischil, near the frontiers of Narr Havas, and it was reported that he had crossed the river above the Tibura, as though to return to Carthage. Scarcely was he in one place when he removed to another. The routes that he followed always remained unknown. The Suffet preserved his advantages without offering battle, and while pursued by the barbarians, seemed to be leading them. These marches and countermarches were still more fatiguing to the Carthaginians, and Hamilcar's forces, receiving no reinforcements, diminished from day to day. The country people were now more backward in bringing him provisions. In every direction he encountered taciturn hesitation and hatred, and in spite of his entreaties to the Great Council, no succour came from Carthage. It was said, perhaps it was believed, that he had need of none. It was a trick, or his complaints were unnecessary, and Hanno's partisans, in order to do him an ill turn, exaggerated the importance of his victory. The troops which he commanded he was welcome to, but they were not going to supply his demands continually in that way. The war was quite burdensome enough. It had cost too much, and from pride the patricians belonging to his faction supported him but slackly. Then Hamilcar, despairing of the Republic, took by force from the tribes all that he wanted for the war: grain, oil, wood, cattle, and men. But the inhabitants were not long in taking flight. The villages passed through were empty, and the cabins were ransacked without anything being discerned in them. The Punic army was soon encompassed by a terrible solitude. The Carthaginians, who were furious, began to sack the provinces. They filled up the cisterns and fired the houses. The sparks, being carried by the wind, were scattered far off, and whole forests were on fire on the mountains. They bordered the valleys with a crown of flames, and it was often necessary to wait in order to pass beyond them. Then the soldiers resumed their march over the warm ashes in the full glare of the sun. Sometimes they would see what looked like the eyes of a tiger cat gleaming in a bush by the side of the road. This was a barbarian crouching upon his heels and smeared with dust, that he might not be distinguished from the colour of the foliage, or perhaps, when passing along a ravine, those on the wings would suddenly hear the rolling of stones, and raising their eyes would perceive a bare-footed man bounding along through the openings of the gorge. Meanwhile, Utica and Hippo Zarytus were free, since the mercenaries were no longer besieging them. Hamilcar commanded them to come to his assistance. But not caring to compromise themselves, they answered him with vague words, with compliments and excuses. He went up again abruptly into the north, determined to open up one of the Tyrian towns, though he were obliged to lay siege to it. He required a station on the coast, so as to be able to draw supplies and men from the islands, or from Cyrene, and he coveted the harbour of Utica as being the nearest to Carthage. The Suffet therefore left Zuitine and turned the lake of Hippo Zarytus with circumspection. But he was soon obliged to lengthen out his regiments into column in order to climb the mountain which separates the two valleys. They were descending at sunset into its hollow, funnel-shaped summit, when they perceived on the level of the ground before them bronze she-wolves which seemed to be running across the grass. Suddenly large plumes arose and a terrible song burst forth, accompanied by the rhythm of flutes. It was the army under Spendius, for some Campanians and Greeks, in their execration of Carthage, had assumed the ensigns of Rome. At the same time, long pikes, shields of leopard's skin, linen cuirasses, and naked shoulders were seen on the left. These were the Iberians under Matho, the Lusitanians, Balearians, and Gaetulians. The horses of Narr'Havas were heard to neigh. They spread around the hill. Then came the loose rabble commanded by Autaritus, Gauls, Libyans, and nomads, while the eaters of uncleanness might be recognized among them by the fish bones which they wore in their hair. Thus the barbarians, having contrived their marches with exactness, had come together again. But themselves surprised, they remained motionless for some minutes in consultation. End of chapter 9, part 1. Part 2 of Salammbo by Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 9, Part 2. The Suffet had collected his men into an orbicular mass, in such a way as to offer an equal resistance in every direction. The infantry were surrounded by their tall, pointed shields, fixed close to one another in the turf. The Clinabarians were outside, and the elephants at intervals further off. The mercenaries were worn out with fatigue. It was better to wait till next day, and the barbarians, feeling sure of their victory, occupied themselves the whole night in eating. They lighted large bright fires, which, while dazzling themselves, left the Punic army below them in the shade. Hamilcar caused a trench 15 feet broad and 10 cubits deep to be dug in Roman fashion around his camp, and the earth thrown out to be raised on the inside into a parapet, on which sharp interlacing stakes were planted, and at sunrise the mercenaries were amazed to perceive all the Carthaginians thus entrenched, as if in a fortress. They could recognize Hamilcar in the midst of the tents walking about and giving orders. His person was clad in a brown cuirass cut in little scales. He was followed by his horse, and stopped from time to time to point out something with his right arm outstretched. Then more than one recalled similar mornings when, amid the din of clarions, he passed slowly before them, and his looks strengthened them like cups of wine. A kind of emotion overcame them. Those, on the contrary, who were not acquainted with Hamilcar, were mad with joy at having caught him. Nevertheless, if all attacked at once, they would do one another mutual injury in the insufficiency of space. The Numidians might dash through, but the Clinabarians, who were protected by cuirasses, would crush them. And then how were the palisades to be crossed? As to the elephants, they were not sufficiently well trained. "You are all cowards!" exclaimed Matho. And with the best among them he rushed against the entrenchment. They were repulsed by a volley of stones, for the Suffet had taken their abandoned catapults on the bridge. This want of success produced an abrupt change in the fickle minds of the barbarians. Their extreme bravery disappeared. They wished to conquer, but with the smallest possible risk. According to Spendius, they ought to maintain carefully the position that they held, and starve out the Punic army. But the Carthaginians began to dig wells, and as there were mountains surrounding the hill, they discovered water. From the summit of their palisade they launched arrows, earth, dung, and pebbles, which they gathered from the ground, while the 6 catapults rolled incessantly throughout the length of the terrace. But the springs would dry up of themselves, the provisions would be exhausted, and the catapults worn out. The mercenaries, who were 10 times as numerous, would triumph in the end. The Suffet devised negotiations so as to gain time, and one morning the barbarians found a sheep's skin covered with writing within their lines. He justified himself for his victory. The ancients had forced him into the war, and to show them that he was keeping his word, he offered them the pillaging of Utica or Hippo Zarytus at their choice. In conclusion, Hamilcar declared that he did not fear them, because he had won over some traitors, and thanks to them would easily manage the rest. The barbarians were disturbed. This proposal of immediate booty made them consider. They were apprehensive of treachery, not suspecting a snare in the Suffet's boasting, and they began to look upon one another with mistrust. Words and steps were watched. Terrors awakened them in the night. Many forsook their companions and chose their army as fancy dictated, and the Gauls with Autaritus went and joined themselves with the men of Cisalpine Gaul, whose language they understood. The 4 chiefs met together every evening in Matho's tent, and squatting around a shield, attentively moved backwards and forwards the little wooden figures invented by Pyrrhus for the representation of manoeuvres. Spendius would demonstrate Hamilcar's resources, and with oaths by all the gods entreat that the opportunity should not be wasted. Matho would walk about angry and gesticulating. The war against Carthage was his own personal affair. He was indignant that the others should interfere in it without being willing to obey him. Autaritus would divine his speech from his countenance and applaud. Narr'havas would elevate his chin to mark his disdain, and there was not a measure he did not consider fatal, and he had ceased to smile. Sighs would escape him, as though he were thrusting back sorrow for an impossible dream, despair for an abortive enterprise. While the barbarians deliberated in uncertainty, the Suffet increased his defences. He had a 2nd trench dug within the palisades, a 2nd wall raised, and wooden towers constructed at the corners, and his slaves went as far as the middle of the outposts to drive caltrops into the ground. But the elephants, whose allowances were lessened, struggled in their shackles. To economize the grass, he ordered the Clinabarians to kill the least strong among the stallions. A few refused to do so, and he had them decapitated. The horses were eaten. The recollection of this fresh meat was a source of great sadness to them in the days that followed. From the bottom of the amphitheatre in which they were confined, they would see the 4 bustling camps of the barbarians all around them on the heights. Women moved about with leathern bottles on their heads, goats strayed bleating beneath the piles of pikes, sentries were being relieved, and eating was going on around tripods. In fact, The tribes furnished them abundantly with provisions, and they did not themselves suspect how much the inaction alarmed the Punic army. On the second day, the Carthaginians had remarked a troop of 300 men apart from the rest in the camp of the nomads. These were the rich who had been kept prisoners since the beginning of the war. Some Libyans ranged them along the edge of the trench, took their station behind them, and hurled javelins, making themselves a rampart of their bodies. The wretched creatures could scarcely be recognized, so completely were their faces covered with vermin and filth. Their hair had been plucked out in places, leaving bare the ulcers on their heads, and they were so lean and hideous that they were like mummies in tattered shrouds. A few trembled and sobbed with a stupid look. The rest cried out to their friends to fire upon the barbarians. There was one who remained quite motionless with face cast down, and without speaking. His long white beard fell to his chain-covered hands, and the Carthaginians, feeling as it were the downfall of the Republic in the bottom of their hearts, recognized Gisco. Although the place was a dangerous one, they pressed forward to see him. On his head had been placed a grotesque tiara of hippopotamus leather, encrusted with pebbles. It was Autaritus's idea, but it was displeasing to Matho. Hamilcar, in exasperation, and resolved to cut his way through in one way or another, had the palisades opened, and the Carthaginians went at a furious rate half-way up the hill, or 300 paces. Such a flood of barbarians descended upon them that they were driven back to their lines. One of the guards of the legion who had remained outside was stumbling among the stones. Zarxas ran up to him, knocked him down, and plunged a dagger into his throat. He drew it out, threw himself upon the wound, and gluing his lips to it with mutterings of joy, and startings which shook him to the heels, pumped up the blood by breastfuls. Then he quietly sat down upon the corpse, raised his face with his neck thrown back the better to breathe in the air, like a hind that has just drunk at a mountain stream, and in a shrill voice began to sing a Balearic song, a vague melody full of prolonged modulations, with interruptions and alternations, like echoes answering one another in the mountains. He called upon his dead brothers, and invited them to a feast. Then he let his hands fall between his legs, slowly bent his head, and wept. This atrocious occurrence horrified the barbarians, especially the Greeks. From that time forth the Carthaginians did not attempt to make any sally, and they had no thought of surrender, certain as they were that they would perish in tortures. Nevertheless, the provisions, in spite of Hamilcar's carefulness, diminished frightfully. There was not left per man more than 10 commers of wheat, 3 hins of millet, and 12 betzas of dried fruit. No more meat, no more oil, no more salt food, and not a grain of barley for the horses, which might be seen stretching down their wasted necks, seeking in the dust for blades of trampled straw. Often the sentries on vedette upon the terrace would see in the moonlight a dog belonging to the barbarians, coming to prowl beneath the entrenchment among the heaps of filth. It would be knocked down with a stone, and then, after a descent had been effected along the palisades by means of the straps of a shield, It would be eaten without a word. Sometimes horrible barkings would be heard, and the men would not come up again. 3 Phalangites, in the 4th Dilochia of the 12th Syntagmata, killed one another with knives in a dispute about a rat. All regretted their families and their houses, the poor their hive-shaped huts, with the shells on the threshold and the hanging net, and the patricians their large halls filled with bluish shadows, where at the most indolent hour of the day they used to rest listening to the vague noise of the streets, mingled with the rustling of the leaves as they stirred in the gardens. To go deeper into the thought of this, and to enjoy it more, they would half close their eyelids, only to be roused by the shock of a wound. Every minute there was some engagement, some fresh alarm. The towers were burning, the eaters of uncleanness were leaping across the palisades, their hands would be struck off with axes. Others would hasten up, an iron hail would fall upon the tents. Galleries of Russian hurdles were raised as a protection against the projectiles. The Carthaginians shut themselves up within them and stirred out no more. Every day the sun coming over the hill used, after the early hours, to forsake the bottom of the gorge and leave them in the shade. The grey slopes of the ground, covered with flints spotted with scanty lichen, ascended in front and in the rear, and above their summits stretched the sky in its perpetual purity, smoother and colder to the eye than a metal cupola. Hamilcar was so indignant with Carthage that he felt inclined to throw himself among the barbarians and lead them against her. Moreover, the porters, sutlers, and slaves were beginning to murmur, while neither people, nor great council, nor anyone sent as much as a hope. The situation was intolerable, especially owing to the thought that it would become worse. At the news of the disaster, Carthage had leaped, as it were, with anger and hate. The Suffet would have been less execrated if he had allowed himself to be conquered from the first. But time and money were lacking for the hire of other mercenaries. As to a levy of soldiers in the town, how were they to be equipped? Hamilcar had taken all the arms, and then who was to command them? The best captains were down yonder with him. Meanwhile, some men dispatched by the Suffet arrived in the streets with shouts. The great council were roused by them and contrived to make them disappear. It was an unnecessary precaution. Everyone accused Barca of having behaved with slackness. He ought to have annihilated the mercenaries after his victory. Why had he ravaged the tribes? The sacrifices already imposed had been heavy enough, and the patricians deplored their contributions of 14 shekels, and the Syssitia their 223,000 gold kikars. Those who had given nothing lamented like the rest. The populace was jealous of the new Carthaginians, to whom he had promised full rights of citizenship, and even the Ligurians, who had fought with such intrepidity, were confounded with the barbarians and cursed like them. Their race became a crime, the proof of complicity. The traders on the thresholds of their shops, the workmen passing plumb-line in hand, the vendors of pickle rinsing their baskets, the attendants in the vapour baths, and the retailers of hot drinks, all discussed the operations of the campaign. They would trace battle plans with their fingers in the dust, and there was not a sorry rascal to be found who could not have corrected Hamilcar's mistakes. It was a punishment, said the priests, for his long-continued impiety. He had offered no holocausts, he had not purified his troops, he had even refused to take augurs with him, and the scandal of sacrilege strengthened the violence of restrained hate and the rage of betrayed hopes. People recalled the Sicilian disasters and all the burden of his pride that they had borne for so long. The colleagues of the pontiffs could not forgive him for having seized their treasure, and they demanded a pledge from the Great Council to crucify him should he ever return. The heats of the month of Elul, which were excessive in that year, were another calamity. Sickening smells rose from the borders of the lake, and were wafted through the air together with the fumes of the aromatics that eddied at the corners of the streets. The sounds of the hymns were constantly heard. Crowds of people occupied the staircases of the temples, all the walls were covered with black veils, tapers burned on the brows of the Pataic guards, and the blood of camels slain for sacrifice ran along the flights of stairs forming red cascades upon the steps. Carthage was agitated with funeral delirium. From the depths of the narrowest lanes and the blackest dens there issued pale faces, men with viper-like profiles and grinding their teeth. The houses were filled with the women's piercing shrieks, which, escaping through the gratings, caused those who stood talking in the squares to turn round. Sometimes it was thought that the barbarians were arriving. They had been seen behind the mountain of the hot springs, they were encamped at Tunis, and the voices would multiply and swell, and be blended into one single clamour. Then universal silence would reign, some remaining where they had climbed upon the frontals of the buildings, screening their eyes with their open hand, while the rest lay flat on their faces at the foot of the ramparts, straining their ears. When their terror had passed off, their anger would begin again. But the conviction of their own impotence would soon sink them into the same sadness as before. It increased every evening, when all ascended the terraces and bowing down 9 times uttered a loud cry in salutation of the sun, as it sank slowly behind the lagoon, and then suddenly disappeared among the mountains in the direction of the barbarians. They were waiting for the thrice holy festival, when, from the summit of a funeral pile, an eagle flew heavenwards as a symbol of the resurrection of the year, and a message from the people to their Baal. They regarded it as a sort of union, a method of connecting themselves with the might of the sun. Moreover, filled as they now were with hatred, they turned frankly towards homicidal Moloch, and all forsook Tanith. In fact, Rabetna, having lost her veil, was as if she had been despoiled of part of her virtue. She denied the beneficence of her waters, she had abandoned Carthage, she was a deserter, an enemy. Some threw stones at her to insult her, but many pitied her while they inveighed against her. She was still beloved, and perhaps more deeply than she had been. All their misfortunes came, therefore, from the loss of the Zaïmph. Salammbo had indirectly participated in it, she was included in the same ill will, she must be punished. A vague idea of emulation spread among the people. To appease the Baalim, it was without doubt necessary to offer them something of incalculable worth, a being, handsome, young, virgin, of old family, a descendant of the gods, a human star. Every day the gardens of Megara were invaded by strange men. The slaves, trembling on their own account, dared not resist them. Nevertheless, they did not pass beyond the galley staircase. They remained below with their eyes raised to the highest terrace. They were waiting for Salammbo, and they would cry out for hours against her like dogs baying at the moon. End of chapter 9. Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 10. The Serpent. These clamourings of the populace did not alarm Hamilcar's daughter. She was disturbed by loftier anxieties. Her great serpent, the black python, was drooping, and in the eyes of the Carthaginians the serpent was at once a national and a private fetish. It was believed to be the offspring of the dust of the earth, since it emerges from its depth and has no need of feet to traverse it. Its mode of progression called to mind the undulations of rivers, its temperature the ancient, vicious and fecund darkness, and the orbit which it describes when biting its tail, the harmony of the planets, and the intelligence of Eschmoun. Salammbô's serpent had several times already refused the 4 live sparrows which were offered to it at the full moon and at every new moon. Its handsome skin, covered like the firmament with golden spots upon a perfectly black ground, was now yellow, relaxed, wrinkled, and too large for its body. A cottony mouldiness extended around its head, and in the corners of its eyelids might be seen little red specks, which appeared to move. Salammbo would approach its silver wire basket from time to time, and would draw aside the purple curtains, the lotus leaves, and the bird's down, but it was continually rolled up upon itself, more motionless than a withered bindweed, and from looking at it she at last came to feel a kind of spiral within her heart, another serpent, as it were, mounting up to her throat by degrees and strangling her. She was in despair of having seen the zaïmph, and yet she felt a sort of joy, an intimate pride at having done so. A mystery shrank within the splendour of its folds. It was the cloud that enveloped the gods, and the secret of the universal existence, and Salammbo, horror-stricken at herself, regretted that she had not raised it. She was always crouching at the back of her apartment, holding her bended left leg in her hands, her mouth half open, her chin sunk, her eyes fixed. She recollected her father's face with terror. She wished to go away into the mountains of Phoenicia, on a pilgrimage to the temple of Aphaca, where Tanith descended in the form of a star. All kinds of imaginings attracted her and terrified her. Moreover, a solitude which every day became greater encompassed her. She did not even know what Hamilcar was about. Wearied at last with her thoughts, she would rise, and trailing along her little sandals, whose soles clacked upon her heels at every step, she would walk at random through the large silent room. The amethysts and topazes of the ceiling made luminous spots quiver here and there, and Salammbo, as she walked, would turn her head a little to see them. She would go and take the hanging amphoras by the neck, she would cool her bosom beneath the broad fans, or perhaps amuse herself by burning cinnamomum in hollow pearls. At sunset Taanach would draw back the black felt lozenges that closed the openings in the wall, then her doves, rubbed with musk like the doves of Tanith, suddenly entered, and their pink feet glided over the glass pavement amid the grains of barley, which she threw to them in handfuls like a sower in a field. But on a sudden she would burst into sobs and lie stretched on the large bit of ox-leather straps, without moving, repeating a word that was ever the same, with open eyes, pale as one dead, insensible, cold, and yet she could hear the cries of the apes in the tufts of the palm trees, with the continuous grinding of the great wheel which brought a flow of pure water through the stories into the porphyry centre basin. Sometimes for several days she would refuse to eat. She could see in a dream troubled stars wandering beneath her feet. She would call Shahabarim, and when he came she had nothing to say to him. She could not live without the relief of his presence, but she rebelled inwardly against this domination. Her feeling towards the priest was one at once of terror, jealousy, hatred, and a species of love, in gratitude for the singular voluptuousness which she experienced by his side. He had recognized the influence of Rabbit, being skilful to discern the gods who sent diseases, and to cure Salammbo he had her apartment watered with lotions of vervain and maidenhair. She ate mandrakes every morning, she slept with her head on a cushion filled with aromatics blended by the pontiffs. He had even employed baras, a fiery-coloured root which drives back fatal geniuses into the north. Lastly, turning towards the polar star, he murmured thrice the mysterious name of Tanith, but Salammbo still suffered, and her anguish deepened. No one in Carthage was so learned as he. In his youth he had studied at the college of the Mogbids, at Borsippa, near Babylon, had then visited Samothrace, Pessinus, Ephesus, Thessaly, Judea, and the temples of the Nabathæ, which are lost in the sands, and had travelled on foot along the banks of the Nile, from the cataracts to the sea. Shaking torches with veil-covered face, he had cast a black cock upon a fire of sandarach before the breast of the Sphinx, the father of terror. He had descended into the caverns of Proserpine, had seen the 500 pillars of the labyrinth of Lemnos revolve, and the candelabrum of Tarentum, which bore as many sconces on its shaft as there are days in the year, shine in its splendour. At times he received Greeks by night in order to question them. The constitution of the world disquieted him no less than the nature of the gods. He had observed the equinoxes with the armils placed in the portico of Alexandria, and accompanied the bimatists of Evergetes, who measure the sky by calculating the number of their steps as far as Cyrene, so that there was now growing in his thoughts a religion of his own, with no distinct formula, and on that very account full of infatuation and fervour. He no longer believed that the earth was formed like a fir cone. He believed it to be round, and eternally falling through immensity with such prodigious speed that its fall was not perceived. From the position of the sun above the moon he inferred the predominance of Baal, of whom the planet itself is but the reflection and figure. Moreover, All that he saw in terrestrial things compelled him to recognize the male exterminating principle as supreme. And then he secretly charged Rabbit with the misfortune of his life. Was it not for her that the Grand Pontiff had once advanced amid the tumult of cymbals, and with a patera of boiling water taken from him his future virility? And he followed with a melancholy gaze the men who were disappearing with the priestesses in the depth of the turpentine trees. His days were spent in inspecting the censers, the gold vases, the tongs, the rakes for the ashes of the altar, and all the ropes of the statues down to the bronze bodkin that served to curl the hair of an old Tanith in the third edicule near the emerald vine. At the same hours he would raise the great hangings of the same swinging doors, would remain with his arms outspread in the same attitude, or prayed prostrate on the same flagstones, while around him a people of priests moved barefooted through the passages filled with an eternal twilight. But Salammbo was in the barrenness of his life like a flower in the cleft of a sepulchre. Nevertheless he was hard upon her, and spared her neither penances nor bitter words. His condition established, as it were, the equality of a common sex between them, and he was less angry with the girl for his inability to possess her than for finding her so beautiful, and above all so pure. Often he saw that she grew weary of following his thought. Then he would turn away sadder than before. He would feel himself more forsaken, more empty, more alone. Strange words escaped him sometimes, which passed before Salammbo like broad lightnings illuminating the abysses. This would be at night on the terrace when, both alone, they gazed upon the stars, and Carthage spread below under their feet, with the gulf and the open sea dimly lost in the colour of the darkness. He would set forth to her the theory of the souls that descended upon the earth, following the same route as the sun through the signs of the zodiac. With outstretched arm he showed the gate of human generation in the ram, and that of the return to the gods in Capricorn, and Salammbo strove to see them, for she took these conceptions for realities. She accepted pure symbols and even manners of speech as being true in themselves, a distinction not always very clear even to the priest. "The souls of the dead," said he, "resolve themselves into the moon, as their bodies do into the earth. Their tears compose its humidity. 'Tis a dark abode full of mire, and wreck, and tempest." She asked what would become of her then. "At first you will languish as light as vapour hovering upon the waves, and after more lengthened ordeals and agonies you will pass into the forces of the sun, the very source of intelligence." He did not speak, however, of Rabbit. Salammbo imagined that it was through some shame for his vanquished goddess, and calling her by a common name which designated the moon, she launched into blessings upon the soft and fertile planet. At last he exclaimed, "No, no, she draws all her fecundity from the other. Do you not see her hovering about him like an amorous woman running after a man in a field?" And he exalted the virtue of light unceasingly. Far from depressing her mystic desires, he sought, on the contrary, to excite them, and he even seemed to take joy in grieving her by the revelation of a pitiless doctrine. In spite of the pains of her love, Salammbo threw herself upon it with transport. But the more that Schahabarim felt himself in doubt about Tanith, the more he wished to believe in her. At the bottom of his soul he was arrested by remorse. He needed some proof, some manifestation from the gods, and in the hope of obtaining it the priest devised an enterprise which might save at once his country and his belief. Thenceforward he set himself to deplore before Salammbo the sacrilege and the misfortunes which resulted from it even in the regions of the sky. Then he suddenly announced the peril of the Suffet, who was assailed by 3 armies under the command of Matho, for on account of the veil Matho was, in the eyes of the Carthaginians, the king, as it were, of the barbarians, and he added that the safety of the Republic and of her father depended upon her alone. "Upon me!" she exclaimed. "How can I—" But the priest, with a smile of disdain, said, "You will never consent." She entreated him. At last Schahabarim said to her, "You must go to the barbarians and recover the zaïmph." She sank down upon the ebony stool, and remained with her arms stretched out between her knees and shivering in all her limbs, like a victim at the altar's foot awaiting the blow of the club. Her temples were ringing, she could see fiery circles revolving, and in her stupor she had lost the understanding of all things save one, that she was certainly going to die soon. But if Rabbetna triumphed, if the zaïmph were restored and Carthage delivered, what mattered a woman's life, thought Schahabarim. Moreover, she would perhaps obtain the veil and not perish. He stayed away for 3 days. On the evening of the 4th she sent for him. The better to inflame her heart, he reported to her all the invectives howled against Hamilcar in open council. He told her that she had erred, that she owed reparation for her crime, and that Rabbetna commanded the sacrifice. A great uproar came frequently across the Mappalian district to Megara. Schahabarim and Salammbo went out quickly and gazed from the top of the galley staircase. There were people in the square of Khamon shouting for arms. The ancients would not provide them, esteeming such an effort useless. Others who had set out without a general had been massacred. At last they were permitted to depart, and as a sort of homage to Moloch, or from a vague need of destruction, they tore up tall cypress trees in the woods of the temples, and having kindled them at the torches of the Kabiri, were carrying them through the streets singing. These monstrous flames advanced, swaying gently. They transmitted fires to the glass balls on the crests of the temples, to the ornaments of the colossuses, and the beaks of the ships, passed beyond the terraces and formed suns as it were, which rolled through the town. They descended the Acropolis. The gate of Malqua opened. "Are you ready?" exclaimed Schahabarim, "or have you asked them to tell your father that you abandoned him?" She hid her face in her veils, and the great lights retired, sinking gradually the while to the edge of the waves. An indeterminate dread restrained her. She was afraid of Moloch and of Matho. This man, with his giant stature, who was master of the zaïmph, ruled Rabbetna as much as did Baal, and seemed to her to be surrounded by the same fulgurations. And then the souls of the gods sometimes visited the bodies of men. Did not Schahabarim, speaking of him, say that she was to vanquish Moloch? They were mingled with each other, she confused them together. Both of them were pursuing her. She wished to learn the future, and approached the serpent, for auguries were drawn from the attitudes of serpents. But the basket was empty. Salammbo was disturbed. She found him with his tail rolled around one of the silver balustrades beside the hanging bed, which he was rubbing in order to free himself from his old yellowish skin, while his body stretched forth gleaming and clear like a sword half out of the sheath. Then on the days following, in proportion as she allowed herself to be convinced and was more disposed to succour Tanith, the python recovered and grew. He seemed to be reviving. The certainty that Salammbo was giving expression to the will of the gods then became established in her conscience. One morning she awoke resolved, and asked what was necessary to make Matho restore the veil. "To claim it," said Schahabarim. "But if he refuses?" she rejoined. The priest scanned her fixedly with a smile such as she had never seen. "Yes, what is to be done?" repeated Salammbo. He rolled between his fingers the extremities of the bands which fell from his tiara upon his shoulders, standing motionless with eyes cast down. At last, seeing that she did not understand, "You will be alone with him." "Well?" she said. "Alone in his tent." "What then?" Schahabarim bit his lips. He sought for some phrase, some circumlocution. "If you are to die, that will be later," he said. "Later, fear nothing, and whatever he may undertake to do, do not call out, do not be frightened. You will be humble, you understand, and submissive to his desire, which is ordained of heaven." "But the veil?" "The gods will take thought for it," replied Schahabarim. "Suppose you were to accompany me, O father?" she added. "No." He made her kneel down, and keeping his left hand raised and his right extended, he swore in her behalf to bring back the mantle of Tanith into Carthage. With terrible imprecations she devoted herself to the gods, and each time that Schahabarim pronounced a word she falteringly repeated it. He indicated to her all the purifications and fastenings that she was to observe, and how she was to reach Matho. Moreover, a man acquainted with the roads would accompany her. She felt as if she had been set free. She thought only of the happiness of seeing the zaïmph again, and she now blessed Schahabarim for his exhortations. It was the period at which the doves of Carthage migrated to Sicily to the mountain of Eryx and the temple of Venus. For several days before their departure they sought out and called to one another, so as to collect together. At last one evening they flew away. The wind blew them along, and the big white cloud glided across the sky, high above the sea. The horizon was filled with the colour of blood. They seemed to descend gradually to the waxes, then they disappeared as though swallowed up, and falling of themselves into the jaws of the sun. Salammbo, who watched them retiring, bent her head, and then Taanach, believing that she guessed her sorrow, said gently to her, "But they will come back, mistress." "Yes, I know." "And you will see them again?" "Perhaps," she said, sighing. She had not confided her resolve to anyone. In order to carry it out with the greater discretion, she sent Taanach to the suburb of Kinisdo to buy all the things that she required instead of requesting them from the stewards: vermilion, aromatics, a linen girdle, and new garments. The old slave was amazed at these preparations, without daring, however, to ask any questions, and the day, which had been fixed by Schahabarim, arrived when Salammbo was to set out. About the 12th hour she perceived, in the depth of the sycamore trees, a blind old man with one hand resting on the shoulder of a child who walked before him, while with the other he carried a kind of cithara of black wood against his hip. The eunuchs, slaves, and women had been scrupulously sent away. No one might know the mystery that was preparing. Taanach kindled 4 tripods filled with strobus and cardamom in the corners of the apartment. Then she unfolded large Babylonian hangings and stretched them on cords all around the room, for Salammbo did not wish to be seen even by the walls. The kinnah player squatted behind the door, and the young boy standing upright applied a red flute to his lips. In the distance the roar of the streets was growing feebler. Violet shadows were lengthening before the peristyles of the temples, and on the other side of the gulf the mountain bases, the fields of olive trees, and the vague yellow lands undulated indefinitely, and were blended together in a bluish haze. Not a sound was to be heard, and an unspeakable depression weighed in the air. Salammbo crouched down upon the onyx step on the edge of the basin. She raised her ample sleeves, fastening them behind her shoulders, and began her ablutions in methodical fashion, according to the sacred rites. Next Taanach brought her something liquid and coagulated in an alabaster phial. It was the blood of a black dog slaughtered by barren women on a winter's night amid the rubbish of a sepulchre. She rubbed it upon her ears, her heels, and the thumb of her right hand, and even her nail remained somewhat red, as if she had crushed a fruit. The moon rose, then the cithara and the flute began to play together. Salammbo unfastened her earrings, her necklace, her bracelets, and her long white simar. She unknotted the band in her hair, shaking the latter for a few minutes softly over her shoulders to cool herself by thus scattering it. The music went on outside. It consisted of 3 notes ever the same, hurried and frenzied. The strings grated, the flute blew. Taanach kept time by striking her hands. Salammbo, with a swaying of her whole body, chanted prayers, and her garments fell one after another around her. The heavy tapestry trembled, and the python's head appeared above the cord that supported it. The serpent descended slowly like a drop of water flowing along a wall, crawled among the scattered stuffs, and then, gluing its tail to the ground, rose perfectly erect, and his eyes, more brilliant than carbuncles, darted upon Salammbo. A horror of cold, or perhaps a feeling of shame, at first made her hesitate, but she recalled Schahabarim's orders and advanced. The python turned downwards, and resting the centre of its body upon the nape of her neck, allowed its head and tail to hang like a broken necklace, with both ends trailing to the ground. Salammbo rolled it around her sides, under her arms and between her knees. Then, taking it by the jaw, she brought the little triangular mouth to the edge of her teeth, and half shutting her eyes, threw herself back beneath the rays of the moon. The white light seemed to envelop her in a silver mist. The prints of her humid steps shone upon the flagstones. Stars quivered in the depth of the water. It tightened upon her its black rings that were spotted with scales of gold. Salammbo panted beneath the excessive weight, her loins yielded, she felt herself dying, and with the tip of its tail the serpent gently beat her thigh. Then, the music becoming still, it fell off again. Taanach came back to her, and after arranging 2 candelabra, the lights of which burned in crystal balls filled with water, she tinged the inside of her hands with Lawsonia, spread vermilion upon her cheeks and antimony along the edge of her eyelids, and lengthened her eyebrows with a mixture of gum, musk, ebony, and crushed legs of flies. Salammbo, seated on a chair with ivory uprights, gave herself up to the attentions of the slave. But the touchings, the odour of the aromatics, and the fasts that she had undergone were enervating her. She became so pale that Taanach stopped. "Go on!" cried Salammbo. And bearing up against herself, she suddenly revived. Then she was seized with impatience. She urged Taanach to make haste, and the old slave grumbled, "Well, well, mistress, besides you have no one waiting for you." "Yes," said Salammbo, "some one is waiting for me." Taanach drew back in surprise, and in order to learn more about it, said, "What orders do you give me, mistress? For if you are to remain away—" But Salammbo was sobbing. The slave exclaimed, "You are suffering! What is the matter? Do not go away! Take me! When you were quite little and used to cry, I took you to my heart and made you laugh with the points of my breasts. You have drained them, mistress." She struck herself upon her dried-up bosom. "Now I am old. I can do nothing for you. You no longer love me. You hide your griefs from me. You despise the nurse." And tears of tenderness and vexation flowed down her cheeks in the gashes of her tattooing. "No," said Salammbo. "No, I love you. Be comforted." With a smile like the grimace of an old ape, Taanach resumed her task. In accordance with Schahabarim's recommendations, Salammbo had ordered the slave to make her magnificent, and she was obeying her mistress with barbaric taste, full at once of refinement and ingenuity. Over a first delicate and vinous-coloured tunic she passed a second embroidered with birds' feathers. Golden scales clung to her hips, and from this broad girdle descended her blue flowing silver-starred trousers. Next, Taanach put upon her a long robe made of the cloth of the country of Ceres, white and streaked with green lines. On the edge of her shoulder she fastened a square of purple weighted at the hem with grains of sandastrum, and above all these garments she placed a black mantle with a flowing train. Then she gazed at her, and proud of her work could not help saying, "You will not be more beautiful on the day of your bridal." "My bridal?" repeated Salammbo. She was musing with her elbow resting upon the ivory chair. But Taanach set up before her a copper mirror, which was so broad and high that she could see herself completely in it. Then she rose, and with a light touch of her finger raised a lock of her hair which was falling too low. Her hair was covered with gold dust, was crisped in front, and hung down behind over her back in long twists ending in pearls. The brightness of the candelabra heightened the paint on her cheeks, the gold on her garments, and the whiteness of her skin. Around her waist and on her arms, hands and toes, she had such a wealth of gems that the mirror sent back rays upon her like a sun, and Salammbo, standing by the side of Taanach, who leaned over to see her, smiled amid this dazzling display. Then she walked to and fro embarrassed by the time that was still left. Suddenly the crow of a cock resounded. She quickly pinned a long yellow veil upon her hair, passed a scarf around her neck, thrust her feet into blue leather boots, and said to Taanach, Go and see whether there is not a man with 2 horses beneath the myrtles." Taanach had scarcely re-entered when she was descending the galley staircase. "Mistress!" cried the nurse. Salammbo turned around with one finger on her mouth as a sign for discretion and immobility. Taanach stole softly along the prows to the foot of the terrace, and from a distance she could distinguish by the light of the moon a gigantic shadow walking obliquely in the cypress avenue to the left of Salammbo, a sign which presaged death. Taanach went up again into the chamber. She threw herself upon the ground, tearing her face with her nails. She plucked out her hair, and uttered piercing shrieks with all her might. It occurred to her that they might be heard. Then she became silent, sobbing quite softly, with her head in the hands and her face on the pavement. End of chapter 10. One of Salammbo by Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 11, Part 1. In the Tent. The man who guided Salammbo made her ascend again beyond the pharos in the direction of the catacombs, and then go down the long suburb of Moluya, which was full of steep lanes. The sky was beginning to grow grey. Sometimes palm-wood beams jutting out from the walls obliged them to bend their heads. The 2 horses which were at the walk would often slip, and thus they reached the Tivest gate. Its heavy leaves were half open, they passed through, and it closed behind them. At first they followed the foot of the ramparts for a time, and at the height of the cisterns they took their way along the Tænia, a narrow strip of yellow earth separating the gulf from the lake and extending as far as Rhodes. No one was to be seen around Carthage, whether on the sea or in the country. The slate-coloured waves chopped softly, and the light wind blowing their foam hither and thither spotted them with white rents. In spite of all her veils, Salammbo shivered in the freshness of the morning. The motion and the open air dazed her. Then the sun rose, it preyed on the back of her head, and she involuntarily dozed a little. The 2 animals rambled along side by side, their feet sinking into the silent sand. When they had passed the mountain of the hot springs, they went on at a more rapid rate, the ground being firmer. But although it was the season for sowing and ploughing, the fields were as empty as the desert as far as the eye could reach. Here and there were scattered heaps of corn, at other places the barley was shedding its reddened ears. The villages showed black upon the clear horizon, with shapes incoherently carved. From time to time a half-calcined piece of wall would be found standing on the edge of the road. The roofs of the cottages were falling in, and in the interiors might be distinguished fragments of pottery, rags of clothing, and all kinds of unrecognizable utensils and broken things. Often a creature clothed in tatters, with earthy face and flaming eyes would emerge from these ruins, but he would very quickly begin to run, or would disappear into a hole. Salammbo and her guide did not stop. Deserted plains succeeded one another. Charcoal dust, which was raised by their feet behind them, stretched in unequal trails over large spaces of perfectly white soil. Sometimes they came upon little peaceful spots where a brook flowed amid the long grass, and as they ascended the other bank, Salammbo would pluck damp leaves to cool her hands. At the corner of a wood of rose bays, Her horse shied violently at the corpse of a man which lay extended on the ground. The slave immediately settled her again on the cushions. He was one of the servants of the temple, a man whom Schahabarim used to employ on perilous missions. With extreme precaution he now went on foot beside her, and between the horses. He would whip the animals with the end of a leathern lace wound round his arm, or would perhaps take balls made of wheat, dates, and yolks of eggs, wrapped in lotus leaves from a scrip hanging against his breast, and offer them to Salammbo without speaking, and running all the time. In the middle of the day 3 barbarians clad in animals' skins crossed their path. By degrees others appeared wandering in troops of 10, 12, or 25 men. Many were driving goats or a limping cow. Their heavy sticks bristled with brass points, cutlasses gleamed in their clothes, which were savagely dirty, and they opened their eyes with a look of menace and amazement. As they passed, some sent them a vulgar benediction, others obscene jests, and Schahabarim's man replied to each in his own idiom. He told them that this was a sick youth going to be cured at a distant temple. However, the day was closing in. Barkings were heard, and they approached them. Then in the twilight they perceived an enclosure of dry stones shutting in a rambling edifice. A dog was running along the top of the wall. The slave threw some pebbles at him, and they entered a lofty vaulted hall. A woman was crouching in the centre warming herself at a fire of brushwood, the smoke of which escaped through the holes in the ceiling. She was half hidden by her white hair, which fell to her knees, and unwilling to answer, she muttered with idiotic look words of vengeance against the barbarians and the Carthaginians. The runner ferreted right and left. Then he returned to her and demanded something to eat. The woman shook her head, and murmured with her eyes fixed upon the charcoal, "I was the hand. The 10 fingers are cut off. The mouth eats no more." The slave showed her a handful of gold pieces. She rushed upon them, but soon resumed her immobility. At last he placed a dagger which he had in his girdle beneath her throat. Then, trembling, she went and raised a large stone, and brought back an amphora of wine with fish from Hippo Zarytus preserved in honey. Salammbo turned away from this unclean food, and fell asleep on the horses' caparisons which were spread in a corner of the hall. He awoke her before daylight. The dog was howling. The slave went up to it quietly and struck off its head with a single blow of his dagger. Then he rubbed the horses' nostrils with blood to revive them. The old woman cast a malediction at him from behind. Salammbo perceived this, and pressed the amulet which she wore above her heart. They resumed their journey. From time to time she asked whether they would not arrive soon. The road undulated over little hills. Nothing was to be heard but the grating of the grasshoppers. The sun heated the yellowed grass. The ground was all chinked with crevices, which in dividing formed, as it were, monstrous paving stones. Sometimes a viper passed, or eagles flew by. The slave still continued running. Salammbo mused beneath her veils, and in spite of the heat did not lay them aside through fear of soiling her beautiful garments. At regular distances stood towers built by the Carthaginians for the purpose of keeping watch upon the tribes. They entered these for the sake of the shade, and then set out again. For prudence' sake they had made a wide detour the day before, but they met with no one just now, the region being a sterile one. The barbarians had not passed that way. Gradually the devastation began again. Sometimes a piece of mosaic would be displayed in the centre of a field, the sole remnant of a vanished mansion, and the leafless olive trees looked at a distance like large bushes of thorns. They passed through a town in which houses were burnt to the ground. Human skeletons might be seen along the walls. There were some, too, of dromedaries and mules. Half-gnawed carrion blocked the streets. Night fell. The sky was lowering and cloudy. They ascended again for 2 hours in a westerly direction, when suddenly they perceived a quantity of little flames before them. These were shining at the bottom of an amphitheatre. Gold plates, as they displaced one another, glanced here and there. These were the cuirasses of the Clinabarians in the Punic camp. Then, in the neighbourhood, they distinguished other and more numerous lights, for the armies of the mercenaries, now blended together, extended over a great space. Salammbo made a movement as though to advance, but Schahabarim's man took her further away, and they passed along by the terrace which enclosed the camp of the barbarians. A breach became visible in it, and the slave disappeared. A sentry was walking upon the top of the entrenchment with a bow in his hand and a pike on his shoulder. Salammbo drew still nearer, the barbarian knelt, and a long arrow pierced the hem of her cloak. Then, as she stood motionless and shrieking, he asked her what she wanted. "To speak to Matho," she replied. "I am a fugitive from Carthage." He gave a whistle, which was repeated at intervals further away. Salammbo waited. Her frightened horse moved round and round, sniffing. When Matho arrived, the moon was rising behind her, but she had a yellow veil with black flowers over her face, and so many draperies about her person that it was impossible to make any guess about her. From the top of the terrace he gazed upon this vague form standing up like a phantom in the penumbra of the evening. At last she said to him, "Lead me to your tent. I wish it." A recollection which he could not define passed through his memory. He felt his heart beating. The air of command intimidated him. "Follow me," he said. The barrier was lowered, and immediately she was in the camp of the barbarians. It was filled with a great tumult and a great throng. Bright fires were burning beneath hanging pots, and their purpled reflections illuminating some places left others completely in the dark. There was shouting and calling, shackled horses formed long straight lines amid the tents. The latter were round and square, of leather or of canvas. There were huts of reeds, and holes in the sand such as are made by dogs. Soldiers were carting faggots, resting on their elbows on the ground, or wrapping themselves up in mats and preparing to sleep, and Salammbô's horse sometimes stretched out a leg and jumped in order to pass over them. She remembered that she had seen them before, but their beards were longer now, their faces still blacker, and their voices hoarser. Matho, who walked before her, waved them off with a gesture of his arm, which raised his red mantle. Some kissed his hands, others bending their spines approached him to ask for orders, for he was now veritable and sole chief of the barbarians. Spendius, Autaritus, and Narr'Havas had become disheartened, and he had displayed so much audacity and obstinacy that all obeyed him. Salammbo followed him through the entire camp. His tent was at the end, 300 feet from Hamilcar's entrenchments. She noticed a white pit on the right, and it seemed to her that faces were resting against the edge of it on a level with the ground, as decapitated heads might have done. However, their eyes moved, and from these half-opened mouths groanings escaped in the Punic tongue. Two Negroes holding resin lights stood on both sides of the door. Matho drew the canvas abruptly aside. She followed him. It was a deep tent with a pole standing up in the centre. It was lighted by a large lamp-holder shaped like a lotus and full of a yellow oil wherein floated handfuls of burning tow, and military things might be distinguished gleaming in the shade. A naked sword leaned against a stool by the side of a shield. Whips of hippopotamus leather, cymbals, bells and necklaces were displayed pell-mell on baskets of esparto grass. A felt rug lay soiled with crumbs of black bread. Some copper money was carelessly heaped upon a round stone in a corner, and through the rents in the canvas the wind brought the dust from without, together with the smell of the elephants, which might be heard eating and shaking their chains. "Who are you?" said Matho. She looked slowly around her without replying, then her eyes were arrested in the background, where something bluish and sparkling fell upon a bed of palm branches. She advanced quickly. A cry escaped her. Matho stamped his foot behind her. "Who brings you here? Why do you come?" "To take it," she replied, pointing at the zaïmph, and with the other hand she tore the veils from her head. He drew back with his elbows behind him, gaping, almost terrified. She felt as if she were leaning on the might of the gods, and looking at him face to face, she asked him for the zaïmph, she demanded it in words abundant and superb. Matho did not hear, he was gazing at her, and in his eyes her garments were blended with her body. The clouding of the stuffs, like the splendour of her skin, was something special and belonging to her alone. Her eyes and her diamonds sparkled, the polish of her nails continued the delicacy of the stones, which loaded her fingers. The two clasps of her tunic raised her breasts somewhat and brought them closer together, and he in thought lost himself in the narrow interval between them, whence there fell a thread holding a plate of emeralds, which could be seen lower down beneath the violet gauze. She had as earrings two little sapphire scales, each supporting a hollow pearl filled with liquid scent. A little drop would fall every moment through the holes in the pearl, and moisten her naked shoulder. Matho watched it fall. He was carried away by ungovernable curiosity, and like a child laying his hand upon a strange fruit, he tremblingly and lightly touched the top of her chest with the tip of his finger. The flesh, which was somewhat cold, yielded with an elastic resistance. This contact, though scarcely a sensible one, shook Matho to the very depths of his nature. An uprising of his whole being urged him towards her. He would fain have enveloped her, absorbed her, drunk her. His bosom was panting, his teeth were chattering. Taking her by the wrists, he drew her gently to him, and then sat down upon a cuirass beside the palm-tree bed, which was covered with a lion's skin. She was standing. He looked up at her, holding her thus between his knees, and repeating, "How beautiful you are! How beautiful you are!" His eyes, which were continually fixed upon hers, pained her, and the uncomfortableness, the repugnance increased in so acute a fashion that Salammbo put a constraint upon herself not to cry out. The thought of Schahabarim came back to her, and she resigned herself. Matho still kept her little hands in his own, and from time to time, in spite of the priest's command, she turned away her face and tried to thrust him off by jerking her arms. He opened his nostrils the better to breathe in her perfume, which exhaled from her person. It was a fresh, indefinable emanation, which nevertheless made him dizzy, like the smoke from a perfuming pan. She smelt of honey, pepper, incense, roses, with another odour still. But how was she thus with him in his tent and at his disposal? Someone no doubt had urged her. She had not come for the zaïmph. His arms fell, and he bent his head whelmed in sudden reverie. To soften him, Salammbo said to him in a plaintive voice, "What have I done to you that you should desire my death?" "Your death?" she resumed. "I saw you one evening by the light of my burning gardens amid fuming cups and my slaughtered slaves, and your anger was so strong that you bounded towards me, and I was obliged to fly. Then terror entered into Carthage. There were cries of the devastation of the towns, the burning of the country seats, the massacre of the soldiery. It was you who had ruined them, it was you who had murdered them. I hate you. Your very name gnaws me like remorse. You are execrated more than the plague and the Roman war. The provinces shudder at your fury, the furrows are full of corpses. I have followed the traces of your fires as though I were travelling behind Moloch." Matho leaped up. His heart was swelling with colossal pride. He was raised to the stature of a god. With quivering nostrils and clenched teeth, she went on: "As if your sacrilege were not enough, you came to me in my sleep covered with the zaïmph. Your words I did not understand, but I could see that you wished to drag me to some terrible thing at the bottom of an abyss." Matho, writhing his arms, exclaimed: "No, no, it was to give it to you, to restore it to you. It seemed to me that the goddess had left her garment for you, and that it belonged to you. In her temple or in your house, what does it matter? Are you not all-powerful, immaculate, radiant and beautiful even as Tanith?" And with a look of boundless adoration, he added: "Unless perhaps you are Tanith." "I, Tanith," said Salammbo to herself. They left off speaking. The thunder rolled in the distance. Some sheep bleated, frightened by the storm. "Oh, come near," he went on, "come near, fear nothing. Formerly I was only a soldier mingled with the common herd of the mercenaries, ay, and so meek that I used to carry wood on my back for the others. Do I trouble myself about Carthage? The crowd of its people move as though lost in the dust of your sandals, and all its treasures, with the provinces, fleets and islands, do not raise my envy like the freshness of your lips and the turn of your shoulders. But I waited to throw down its walls, that I might reach you to possess you. Moreover, I was revenging myself in the meantime. At present I crush men like shells, and I throw myself upon phalanxes. I put aside the Saracen with my hands, I check the stallions by the nostrils. A catapult would not kill me. Oh, if you knew how I think of you in the midst of war! Sometimes the memory of a gesture or of a fold of your garment suddenly seizes me and entwines me like a net. I perceive your eyes in the flames of the phalaricas and on the gilding of the shields. I hear your voice in the sounding of the cymbals. I turn aside, but you are not there, and I plunge again into the battle." He raised his arms whereon his veins crossed one another like ivy on the branches of a tree. Sweat flowed down his breast between his square muscles, and his breathing shook his sides, with his bronze girdle all garnished with thongs hanging down to his knees, which were firmer than marble. Salammbo, who was accustomed to eunuchs, yielded to amazement at the strength of this man. It was the chastisement of the goddess, or the influence of Moloch in motion around her in the 5 armies. She was overwhelmed with lassitude, and she listened in a state of stupor to the intermittent shouts of the sentinels as they answered one another. The flames of the lamp kindled in the squalls of hot air. There came at times broad lightning flashes, then the darkness increased, and she could only see Matho's eyeballs, like 2 coals in the night. However, she felt that a fatality was surrounding her, that she had reached a supreme and irrevocable moment, and making an effort, she went up again towards the zaïmph and raised her hands to seize it. "What are you doing?" exclaimed Matho. "I am going back to Carthage," she placidly replied. He advanced, folding his arms, and with so terrible a look that her heels were immediately nailed, as it were, to the spot. "Going back to Carthage?" he stammered, and grinding his teeth repeated, "Going back to Carthage? Ah, you came to take the zaïmph to conquer me, and then disappear. No, no, you belong to me, and no one now shall tear you from here. Oh, I have not forgotten the insolence of your large tranquil eyes, and how you crushed me with the haughtiness of your beauty. 'Tis my turn now. You are my captive, my slave, my servant. Call if you like on your father and his army, the ancients, the rich, and your whole accursed people. I am the master of 300,000 soldiers. I will go and seek them in Lusitania, in the Gauls, and in the depths of the desert, and I will overthrow your town, and burn all its temples. The triremes shall float on the waves of blood. I will not have a house, a stone, or a palm tree remaining. And if men fail me, I will draw the bears from the mountains and urge on the lions. Seek not to fly, or I kill you." End of chapter 11, part 1. Part 2 of Salammbo by Gustave Flaubert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 11, Part 2. Pale and with clenched fists he quivered like a harp whose strings are about to burst. Suddenly sobs stifled him, and he sank down upon his hams. "Ah, forgive me! I am a scoundrel and viler than scorpions, than mire and dust. Just now, while you were speaking, your breath passed across my face, and I rejoiced like a dying man who drinks lying flat on the edge of a stream. Crush me, if only I feel your feet. Curse me, if only I hear your voice. Do not go, have pity. I love you, I love you." He was on his knees on the ground before her, and he encircled her form with both his arms, his head thrown back and his hands wandering. The gold discs hanging from his ears gleamed upon his bronzed neck. Big tears rolled in his eyes like silver globes. He sighed caressingly, and murmured vague words lighter than a breeze and sweet as a kiss. Salammbo was invaded by a weakness in which she lost all consciousness of herself. Something at once inwardly and lofty, a command from the gods, obliged her to yield herself. The clouds uplifted her, and she fell back swooning upon the bed amid the lion's hair. The zaïmph fell and enveloped her. She could see Matho's face bending down above her breast. "Moloch, thou burnest me!" And the soldier's kisses, more devouring than flames, covered her. She was as though swept away in a hurricane, taken in the might of the sun. He kissed all her fingers, her arms, her feet, and the long tresses of her hair from one end to the other. "Carry it off," he said. "What do I care? Take me away with it. I abandon the army. I renounce everything. Beyond gates, 20 days' journey into the sea, you come to an island covered with gold dust, verdure, and birds. On the mountains large flowers filled with smoking perfumes rock like eternal censers. In the citron trees, which are higher than cedars, milk-coloured serpents cause the fruit to fall upon the turf with the diamonds in their jaws. The air is so mild that it keeps you from dying. Oh, I shall find it, you will see. We shall live in crystal grottos cut out at the foot of the hills. No one dwells in it yet, or I shall become the king of the country." He brushed the dust off her cothurni. He wanted her to put a quarter of a pomegranate between her lips. He heaped up garments behind her head to make a cushion for her. He sought for means to serve her and to humble himself, and he even spread the zaïmph over her feet as if it were a mere rug. "Have you still," he said, "those little gazelle's horns on which your necklaces hang? You will give them to me. I love them." For he spoke as if the war were finished, and joyful thoughts broke from him. The mercenaries, Hamilcar, every obstacle had now disappeared. The moon was gliding between two clouds. They could see it through an opening in the tent. Ah, what nights have I spent gazing at her! She seemed to me like a veil that hid your face. You would look at me through her. The memory of you was mingled with her beams. Then I could no longer distinguish you. And with his head between her breasts he wept copiously. And this, she thought, is the formidable man who makes Carthage tremble. He fell asleep. Then, disengaging herself from his arm, she put one foot to the ground, and she perceived that her chainlet was broken. The maidens of the great families were accustomed to respect these shackles as something that was almost religious, and Salammbo, blushing, rolled the 2 pieces of the golden chain around her ankles. Carthage, Megara, her house, her room, and the country that she had passed through, whirled in tumultuous yet distinct images through her memory. But an abyss had yawned and thrown them far back to an infinite distance from her. The storm was departing. Drops of water splashing rarely, one by one, made the tent roof shake. Matho slept like a drunken man, stretched on his side and with one arm over the edge of the couch. His band of pearls was raised somewhat and uncovered his brow. His teeth were parted in a smile. They shone through his black beard, and there was a silent and almost outrageous gaiety in his half-closed eyelids. Salammbo looked at him motionless, her head bent and her hands crossed. A dagger was displayed on the table of cypress wood at the head of the bed. The sight of the gleaming blade fired her with a sanguinary desire. Mournful voices lingered at a distance in the shade, and like a chorus of geniuses urged her on. She approached it, she seized the steel by the handle. At the rustling of her dress Matho half opened his eyes, putting forth his mouth upon her hands, and the dagger fell. Shouts arose, a terrible light flashed behind the canvas. Matho raised the letter. They perceived a camp of the Libyans enveloped in great flames. Their reed huts were burning, and the twisting stems burst in the smoke and flew off like arrows. Black shadows ran about distractedly on the red horizon. They could hear the shrieks of those who were in the huts. The elephants, oxen and horses plunged in the midst of the crowd, crushing it together with the stores and baggage that were being rescued from the fire. Trumpets sounded. There were calls of "Matho! Matho!" Some people at the door tried to get in. "Come along! Hamilcar is burning the camp of Autaritus." He made a spring. She found herself quite alone. Then she examined the zaïmph, and when she had viewed it well she was surprised that she had not the happiness which she had once imagined to herself. She stood with melancholy before her accomplished dream. But the lower part of the tent was raised, and a monstrous form appeared. Salammbo could at first distinguish only the two eyes and a long white beard which hung down to the ground, for the rest of the body, which was cumbered with the rags of a tawny garment, trailed along the earth, and with every forward movement the hands passed into the beard and then fell again. Crawling in this way, it reached her feet, and Salammbo recognized the aged Gisco. In fact, the mercenaries had broken the legs of the captive ancients with a brass bar to prevent them from taking to flight, and they were all rotting pell-mell in a pit in the midst of filth. But the sturdiest of them raised themselves and shouted when they heard the noise of platters, and it was in this way that Gisco had seen Salammbo. He had guessed that she was a Carthaginian woman by the little balls of sandastrum flapping against her cothurni, and having a presentiment of an important mystery, he had succeeded, with the assistance of his companions, in getting out of the pit. Then, with elbows and hands, he had dragged himself 20 paces further on, as far as Matho's tent. 2 voices were speaking within it. He had listened outside, and had heard everything. "It is you," she said at last, almost terrified. "Yes, it is I," he replied, raising himself on to his wrists. "They think me dead, do they not?" She bent her head. He resumed: "Ah, why have the Baals not granted me this mercy?" He approached so close he was touching her. "They would have spared me the pain of cursing you." Salammbo sprang quickly back, so much afraid was she of this unclean being, who was as hideous as a larva and nearly as terrible as a phantom. "I am nearly 100 years old," he said. "I have seen Agathocles, I have seen Regulus and the eagles of the Romans passing over the harvests of the Punic fields. I have seen all the terrors of battles, and the sea encumbered with the wrecks of our fleets. Barbarians whom I used to command have chained my 4 limbs like a slave that has committed murder. My companions are dying around me, one after the other. The odour of their corpses awakes me in the night. I drive away the birds that come to peck out their eyes, and yet not for a single day have I despaired of Carthage. Though I had seen all the armies of the earth against her, and the flames of the siege overtop the height of the temples, I should have still believed in her eternity. But now it is over, all is lost. The gods execrate her. A curse upon you who have quickened her ruin by your disgrace." She opened her lips. "Ah, I was there!" he cried. "I heard you gurgling with love like a prostitute. Then he told you of his desire, and you allowed him to kiss your hands. But if the frenzy of your unchastity urged you to it, you should at least have done as do the fallow deer, which hide themselves in their copulations, and not have displayed your shame beneath your father's very eyes." "What?" she said. "Ah, you did not know that the 2 entrenchments are 60 cubits from each other, and that your Matho, in the excess of his pride, has posted himself just in front of Hamilcar. Your father is there behind you, and could I climb the path which leads to the platform, I should cry to him, Come and see your daughter in the barbarian's arms. She has put on the garment of the goddess to please him, and in yielding her body to him she surrenders with the glory of your name, the majesty of the gods, the vengeance of her country, even the safety of Carthage." The motion of his toothless mouth moved his beard throughout its length. His eyes were riveted upon her and devoured her. Panting in the dust, he repeated, "Ah, sacrilegious one, may you be accursed, accursed, accursed!" Salammbô had drawn back the canvas. She held it raised at arm's length, and without answering him she looked in the direction of Hamilcar. "It is this way, is it not?" she said. "What matters it to you? Turn away! Be gone! Rather crush your face against the earth! It is a holy spot which would be polluted by your gaze." She threw the zaïmph about her waist, and quickly picked up her veils, mantle, and scarf. "I hasten thither!" she cried, and making her escape Salammbô disappeared. At first she walked through the darkness without meeting anyone, for all were betaking themselves to the fire. The uproar was increasing, and great flames purpled the sky behind. A long terrace stopped her. She turned around to right and left at random, seeking for a ladder, a rope, a stone, something in short to assist her. She was afraid of Gisco, and it seemed to her that shouts and footsteps were pursuing her. Day was beginning to break. She perceived a path in the thickness of the entrenchment. She took the hem of her robe, which impeded her, in her teeth, and in 3 bounds she was on the platform. A sonorous shout burst forth beneath her in the shade, the same which she had heard at the foot of the galley staircase, and leaning over she recognized Schahabarim's man with his coupled horses. He had wandered all night between the 2 entrenchments, then disquieted by the fire he had gone back again trying to see what was passing in Matho's camp, and knowing that this spot was nearest to his tent, he had not stirred from it, in obedience to the priest's command. He stood up on one of the horses. Salammbo let herself slide down to him, and they fled at full gallop, circling the Punic camp in search of a gate. Matho had re-entered his tent. The smoky lamp gave but little light, but he also believed that Salammbo was asleep. Then he delicately touched the lion's skin on the palm-tree bed. He called, but she did not answer. He quickly tore away a strip of the canvas to let in some light. The zaïmph was gone. The earth trembled beneath thronging feet. Shouts, neighings, and clashing of armour rose in the air, and clarion flourishes sounded the charge. It was as though a hurricane were whirling around him. Immoderate frenzy made him leap upon his arms, and he dashed outside. The long files of the barbarians were descending the mountain at a run, and the Punic squares were advancing against them with a heavy and regular oscillation. The mist, rent by the rays of the sun, formed little rocking clouds which as they rose gradually discovered standards, helmets, and points of pikes. Beneath the rapid evolutions, portions of the earth which were still in the shadow seemed to be displaced bodily. In other places it looked as if huge torrents were crossing one another, while thorny masses stood motionless between them. Matho could distinguish the captains, soldiers, heralds, and even the serving men who were mounted on asses in the rear. But instead of maintaining his position in order to cover the foot soldiers, Narr' Havas turned abruptly to the right, as though he wished himself to be crushed by Hamilcar. His horsemen outstripped the elephants, which were slackening their speed, and all the horses, stretching out their unbridled heads, galloped at so furious a rate that their bellies seemed to graze the earth. Then suddenly Narr' Havas went resolutely up to a sentry. He threw away his sword, lance, and javelins, and disappeared among the Carthaginians. The king of the Numidians reached Hamilcar's tent, and pointing to his men, who were standing still at a distance, he said, "Barca, I bring them to you. They are yours." Then he prostrated himself in token of bondage, and to prove his fidelity recalled all his conduct from the beginning of the war. First, he had prevented the siege of Carthage and the massacre of the captives. Then he had taken no advantage of the victory over Hanno after the defeat at Utica. As to the Tyrian towns, they were on the frontiers of his kingdom. Finally, he had not taken part in the battle of the Macaras, and he had even expressly absented himself in order to evade the obligation of fighting against the Suffet. Narr' Havas had in fact wished to aggrandize himself by encroachments upon the Punic provinces, and had alternately assisted and forsaken the mercenaries according to the chances of victory. But seeing that Hamilcar would ultimately prove the stronger, he had gone over to him, and in his desertion there was perhaps something of a grudge against Matho, whether on account of the command or of his former love. The Suffet listened without interrupting him. The man who thus presented himself with an army where vengeance was his due was not an auxiliary to be despised. Hamilcar at once divined the utility of such an alliance in his great projects. With the Numidians he would get rid of the Libyans. Then he would draw off the west to the conquest of Iberia, and without asking Narr' Havas why he had not come sooner, or noticing any of his lies, he kissed him, striking his breast thrice against his own. It was to bring matters to an end and in despair that he had fired the camp of the Libyans. This army came to him like a relief from the gods. Dissembling his joy, he replied, "May the Baals favour you! I do not know what the Republic will do for you, but Hamilcar is not ungrateful." The tumult increased. Some captains entered. He was arming himself as he spoke. "Come, return. You will use your horsemen to beat down their infantry between your elephants and mine. Courage! Exterminate them!" And Narr' Havas was rushing away when Salammbo appeared. She leaped down quickly from her horse. She opened her ample cloak, and spreading out her arms, displayed the zaïmph. The leathern tent, which was raised at the corners, left visible the entire circuit of the mountain, with its thronging soldiers, and as it was in the centre Salammbo could be seen on all sides. An immense shouting burst forth, a long cry of triumph and hope. Those who were marching stopped, the dying leaned on their elbows and turned around to bless her. All the barbarians knew now that she had recovered the zaïmph. They saw her, or believed that they saw her, from a distance. And other cries, but those of rage and vengeance, resounded in spite of the plaudits of the Carthaginians. Thus did the 5 armies in tiers upon the mountain stamp and shriek around Salammbo. Hamilcar, who was unable to speak, nodded her his thanks. His eyes were directed alternately upon the zaïmph and upon her, and he noticed that her chainlet was broken. Then he shivered, being seized with a terrible suspicion. But soon recovering his impassibility, he looked sideways at Narr' Havas, without turning his face. The king of the Numidians held himself apart in a discreet attitude. On his forehead he bore a little of the dust which he had touched when prostrating himself. At last the Suffet advanced towards him with a look full of gravity. As a reward for the services which you have rendered me, Narr' Havas, I give you my daughter. Be my son," he added, "and defend your father." Narr' Havas gave a great gesture of surprise, then he threw himself upon Hamilcar's hands and covered them with kisses. Salammbo, calm as a statue, did not seem to understand. She blushed a little as she cast down her eyelids, and her long curved lashes made shadows upon her cheeks. Hamilcar wished to unite them immediately in indissoluble betrothal. A lance was placed in Salammbô's hands, and by her offered to Narr' Havas. Their thumbs were tied together with a thong of ox leather, then corn was poured upon their heads, and the grains that fell around them rang like rebounding hail. End of chapter 11, part 2.